my own figures, so I've got some going forward. But long story short, what you've got here is the sort of median house price in the light blue line towards the bottom, and then the sort of total build cost for a new build, including land, with the dark blue. Now, normally you'll see that the two sort of trend in the same direction, and the new build cost is above the median house price. That's because, of course, your median house price, you're selling all sorts of houses, including older houses, whereas a newly built house should be higher spec. The gap at the moment means that really, if I'm thinking of building or buying, there's no point for me to build at the moment. I'm better to go and get a much cheaper, relatively speaking, house. And even then, if I wanted to, I could do it up to different specs. So until you get those two that come back down closer together, we're unlikely to see a big burst of further additional investment into the housing market. And really, that would take either building costs coming down, which I don't think they'll necessarily go up as much, but they might not come down as much. But then on the house price front, as I've outlined before, we just don't see all that much sort of stimulus coming through. Yes, interest rates are dropping, but all of the other factors, population, the outflow of people, poor rental returns and similar, and the likes of debt to income limits, do just sort of limit how quickly those house prices can bounce back up. And the fact that they're sort of treading water and holding flat at the moment demonstrates that. So with that tirade over, with the tech issues out of the way, happy to take questions through you, the chair.
Thank you so much, Brad, and thank you for bearing with us with our technical issues. Some really interesting insights into what might lay ahead of us, and certainly what has happened in the more recent past. Mindful we've only got Brad with us for a shorter time. I'm going to open the floor for articulate and precise questions, please, for Brad, so that we can arm ourselves potentially with a bit more knowledge about the outlook going forward. So who's going to kick me off? Monty.
Hey, Brad, just that last slide where you were comparing new build costs versus second-hand homes. With all the talk coming out of the government about sort of flooding the residential sector with land available for development, do you see a fall in residential land prices going forward or not?
I'd like to, from that point of view. I don't, and I think that probably takes me back to that point around the sort of government's investment stuff. Yes, but not necessarily in the immediate short term. It's probably, in my mind, it's still a couple of years away. And of course, it will be conditional as well on the infrastructure provision, which is where you good people of a local council come in terms of provision. So that is one of the difficult ones. Although government is certainly opening up the supply of housing from a consenting and similar point of view, unless there is some money there at some point. One of the things we're trying to grapple with at the moment is that over time we'd expect there to be much more permissive ability to build across the country, and that will be good for us long term. But the provisioning of that with infrastructure, without any magic money coming out of anywhere to do it, could be a bit of a constraint in how quickly it comes through.
Thank you very much, Brad. It's really interesting listening to that. One of the key issues that we have here sitting in this council is that we are a tier 1 council, and that is costing us a lot of money. And in the current economy, and what you're predicting is that we are actually preparing for something that might not even happen in Waipa as such, and yet we have to make provision for it. And I would question if there's anything practical we can do, because we're sitting here looking at a long-term budget and commissioning money towards this tier 1 objectives. And how do we actually do that? And how can we actually justify it?
Totally, and I don't envy your position. The challenge, I think, at the moment, like I say, is it's very much around the resourcing. I get the planning point. What is interesting is that previous analysis that I think the Infrastructure Commission has done has highlighted that the cost of undercooking, sort of how much infrastructure you need, can be quite substantial. The cost of overcooking, although it sounds bad, is actually not necessarily as much, and that's generally because the further you fall behind, the harder it is to resource. Certainly our view would be that given sort of where the population is, there's still sustained demand into the future. I think the difficulty is that this conversation was almost a lot easier a couple of years back, certainly pre-COVID, when housing was generally lifting over time, and that was providing the right sort of price signal. We never got to the second stage, which was when you do have a bit more that starts to shift the housing and the price signals, then you start to sort of struggle to do as much additionally on top. So I very much don't envy that position. I think what you have seen, particularly in Waipawa, is a doubling of the population over the last sort of 30 to 40 years. It is a key growth node. There is certainly, and we see this in the census data, a shift sort of away, in a sense, from particularly major urban centres, Auckland, Hamilton, and the likes in your neck of the wood, towards sort of more provincial zones. We saw that particularly with the likes of the home ownership rate increasing, particularly in those provincial nodes outside of main cities. So I think it is important to think about that provisioning for the future, because there is still strong expectations. It just might not be as easy to finance in the future, which is where those trade-offs come in. And I guess the big part there is around how, one, to provide that sort of certainty of expectation, and two, I think the difficulty that council grapples with at the moment, where there is likely to be upside to what I've shown you, but you guys need to do the work now, even though developers and everyone else come in later down on the track. So there's a timing issue, I think, that comes into this. I'm not 100% sure how to solve that. Like I say, I don't envy your position to grapple with those two differences, but I do think it's still important to provision strongly for the future.
Thank you, Brad.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brad. That's really helpful. Claire.
Yes. Brad, you mentioned about where population was sort of tending towards, avoiding the major metros. But do you know, if you got data on what Waipa's population changes have been, like internal migration still coming to like Cambridge and Te Awamutu, or can you see that actually easing off quite substantially?
Yes, I do. Give me one moment. I won't share my screen for this one, but I will just pull up my numbers in front of me very quickly in terms of the source of growth. It is very heavily still net internal migration. And although the last sort of 2 years have been a little bit more subdued, 22 and 23 were a bit more subdued than sort of, some pretty high levels since about 2016, you do still have a very high concentration of that net internal migration. And as well, you saw a big up last year in the net international migration too. What I would highlight is at the end of this month, so in 2 weeks, next Friday, we get the latest subnational population data, which will give a new further update on that. I wouldn't expect a shift in the internal migration figures for Waipawa. I'd expect that to still be fairly solid. And I think what we're seeing there is and like I say, we see that partly in the census data as well, that continued sort of shift where go back 10 years and there was a shift from sort of rural areas up to sort of more provincial centres, so out of the WAPs towards a town, whereas you've continued to see that happen, to be fair. It's just more the last 5 years or so you've also seen a bit more of a shift from urban centres down to the sort of provincial zones, provincial towns as well. And I call Cambridge and the likes of Te Awamutu in that in a similar vein, only to differentiate from Auckland and Hamilton. I guess our view at the moment is that although there's a lot of strong talk around work from home and similar, we do see that work from home shift to be sustained enough in the data that remote working and work from home does seem to shift the divide in terms of where people are looking to live. And so that, coupled with the likes of your transport options, still makes Waipawa a pretty attractive place to base yourself. And so I guess it's one of those challenges where the conversation previously about the sort of Golden Triangle is probably shifting a bit more southwards from Hamilton than what it was before, and that opens up greater opportunities, but also the need to provide those opportunities with space. We know, for example, that Waikato District, when we talk to them a lot, highlight that they're really unable to provide for that additional economic boost because they haven't provisioned for it sort of early enough ahead. So there is a real sort of chicken and egg there in terms of you need money to pay for the investments, but equally those investments will only come if there are investments that have been made to start with.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Certainly your observations anecdotally stack up. I'm sure plenty of us around this table, can confirm that there are, our new neighbours, friends, people you meet around the place are recent sort of arrivals in our district. Any other questions for Brad while we have him here share his wisdom and genius with us? No further questions. Oh, Roger. Yeah, Roger online.
Oh, you're just on mute, Roger. Still on mute.
Roger, we can't hear you because you're on mute.
Unmute. Is that better?
Perfect.
Good. Thank you. Brad, there's obviously a little bit of debate over what's going to happen with the next OCR, whether it's going to be 50 points or 75 points. But of course, we're looking at our first year of our LTP from June. What do you see is going to be what is your opinion of what kind of movement we're going to see in what? There'll be 3 more releases before June in the new year. Do you think it'll be 50 at each, or will they tend to slow it down? I mean, that gives a good idea of what kind of interest bill we're looking at in that first year.
Definitely. So our view at the moment, and to be fair, I feel like I've started the 75 rumours. That was me going to the media and saying that, and I do genuinely think there's a potential. I think what we probably see is that if they went 50 or 75 in November, doesn't really matter what, you might have another 50 in February potentially, but it's likely in 2025 to be more of those 25 basis point considered steps at the moment. And so we're thinking that sort of you get to around 3.5% OCR is where our view currently is, and that's sort of in June quarter, September quarter 2025. So I think you'll be close-ish to the bottom of the OCR track when the sort of LTP becomes operational next year for year one. I guess the question is sort of longer term, what do we see sort of coming forward into the future? Because that then, has implications, right, for your sort of years 2 through 9 track. And realistically, I guess we're not seeing the OCR go down to the lows that it was before the pandemic, where it was, quite a bit lower than 3.5%. And part of that is because we think there is possibly more structural inflation that starts to be built into the economy, particularly the likes of climate change initiatives and similar will generally raise costs in the short term. And we think that as well, the sort of period of disinflation coming out of China that we saw through sort of most of the 2010s might also not be there. So possibly a higher trend rate for interest rates than what you would have seen pre-pandemic, but probably in line with most expectations and bond markets and similar at the moment. So not a lot of a pop either way. Always difficult to forecast out 9 years, right, in terms of what comes around the corner. But I guess we don't see any fundamental shifts at the moment around that sort of interest rate track that would necessarily mean that it goes down and makes things cheaper, or that the economy sort of needs to be restrained so much that interest rates go up again. I think it's more of a probably for the next from 26 through 29 or so, we'd probably see a lot more of that sort of hopefully Goldilocks zone where we try and recover after sort of the business cycle went really big either side. Now we're trying to sort of reduce that amplitude a bit more.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Those are a few gems in there. Good question, Roger. Look, I think we're fast approaching your end time with us, Brad. So look, thank you so much once again for joining us and sharing some of your insights. Always really valuable and digestible, which for those of us who are not 100% across this stuff all the time, we really appreciate the way you deliver it. So thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful day, and no doubt we'll see you again soon.
Brilliant. All the best for your meeting.
Thank you very much, Brad. Right. Now, I was going to just say a couple of opening words, I guess, before we kicked off, before I hand it over to the team. I guess it's no secret that none of us like being in this spot. And I think it's pretty important that we understand that this is uncharted territory for Waipa. Got high levels of debt, which is something new for us, with 9-year LTP after enhanced annual plan, all quite different. And we're still feeling, obviously, the impacts of high inflation and reasonably high interest levels. And together with that soft period in terms of the property market, all those things covered really eloquently by Brad, the financial constraint, and obviously our movement towards a much needed change in our financial strategy. Ultimately, this will necessarily mean that there's going to be potential rates rises, which are going to be uncomfortable for all of us and will be unprecedented. And I hate that word, it's been used so much since COVID, but I'm afraid it is the truth, right? Underpinning so much of this is growth, though, right? We're all pretty aware of that. So we just need to sort of be really cognizant of that. And whilst I sense there might not be a unanimous decision about where we land through this, I think it's really important that today's discussion be really robust, informed and respectful. And we consider once again that our decisions should be those undertaken by strategic, good thinking governors who are conducting or governing over a $1 billion organisation during difficult time. And that underpinning that, not only do we have to consider our residents and ratepayers currently here this year and right now, but also those well into the future, in the next 10, 20 years and beyond. And we really have to be cognizant of the fact that our decisions impact on them and the waipa that we will be leaving them. And I actually thought this morning before I left, I'd try and pull out when we had our little welcome session at the beginning of the Traineum, and God, I was all very Pollyanna-ish in what I said about how we were all relishing the challenge of I think we called them then euphemistically economic headwinds. I don't think anybody for 1 million, in a month of Blue Sundays expected those economic headwinds to translate into, quite frankly, a bit of a tornado. So look, bear with. We've please remember we're here for that same thing, and that's for the best outcomes for our communities, and that's what binds us, right? The love of our communities, the love of our district, its people, and both here now and into the future. So look, with that said, I hope it wasn't quite as Pollyanna-ish as the start, and not quite as doomsday as it could well have been. But look, I shall hand over into the able hands of Melissa to kick us off today. Obviously, you've all got our workshop documents before us, and obviously want to acknowledge the presence of Jo from the Cambridge Community Board. I believe Ange will join us when she can. She's en route with her day job right now, so she will join us too. So lovely to see you here. Over to you, Melissa.
Perfect. Thanks, Mayor Susan. So I suppose before we start into the more substantive part of the workshop, I do just want to recap and cover off these next slides. And I absolutely acknowledge that they were presented, to open the workshop on Monday, but I do just want to recap. In the context of this slide, where we're at in the process, you'll find these on your table. These are the placemats, which essentially are a nice version, user-friendly version of what is up on that slide. And you'll see each milestone has ticks against them. And so where, I guess, this roadmap is pointing us is that we're right in the process of developing our financial strategy. And that's obviously what today's workshop is about. Sorry, before I just carry on, also included on the roadmap is down to the left-hand corner are the prioritisation principles that have been agreed through previous workshops. And then over to the right is the vision, the community outcomes, and I guess that sort of top portion of the strategic framework. So there's Ahuaki, and then our strategic priorities down in the bottom right-hand corner there. So it's kind of quite a nice way to summarise where we're heading and what we need to keep in mind as we work through these discussions. So again, just in terms of the context, there's that word again, unprecedented. This is an unprecedented LTP, and it is particularly complex. The reasons for that is obviously we've still got a lot of change coming out of central government, so in that external environment, but also change in approach within the organisation. And up there you'll see this approach in terms of 1 9-year plan, and funding the balance sheet, which we'll cover off in detail in terms of what exactly that means later on in the presentation. So what does this all mean? It does mean that we're dealing with really high degree of uncertainty, and we're needing to make assumptions as we work through the process, and just adapt as more information becomes available. So The objectives of today's workshop is, I guess, to provide a little bit more context around some of the emerging financial strategy principles, and covering off some specific contextual elements which have come about through questions that you've raised through previous discussions. We'll also, in terms of the financial strategy component, walk through the assumptions that we've made in presenting the budget scenario, and obviously covering off an analysis of those, and then seeking guidance from you in terms of which of the scenarios you'd like us to take forward. And just to close out the workshop, in your information packs, there is the parking lot of actions and the work program if you're wanting to ask questions in the context of those. So this is very much a collaborative effort moving into today's workshop as we go through it. At times we will ask you to hold questions just to enable the workshop to flow more smoothly. But the next section of slides just cover off the more specific questions that you've raised in previous workshops. So up on the slide, you'll see some emerging financial strategy principles. So these have come about through the previous workshops we have had with you on the financial strategy. And it's important that with our long-term plan, activities must be funded in a way that ensures financial sustainability, and even in the face of risk and uncertainty. And so as essentially we work through this process, it's a juggling act of delivering value to our communities for the services and the activities we provide, and I guess in that keeping rates increases to a limit, and balancing that out with ensuring that we're delivering great services to our community and we're ensuring that Waipa as a district prospers. So I guess the way that these principles are kind of grouped in the sections off to the left-hand side of the slide there kind of speak to that approach. I will just cover these off in a little bit more detail through this slide. So just explaining what they are. So good stewardship. So this is essentially maintaining existing assets in appropriate condition. So we've spoken about that, and that is reflected in the prioritisation principles. The second one there, multiple budget reviews. So this is essentially applying constraint across all of our activity and service areas to ensure that we're achieving savings. And operating expenditure savings are budgeted to achieve our existing level of service, so not lowering levels of service. Achieving more together, so this is in recognition of our partnership approach. We really value and understand the benefit of partnering with different organisations. So that might be iwi or mana whenua, or through other agencies like central government. Writing the balance sheet. So further on in this presentation, we're going to cover off what that means. Not an accountant, so I'll leave that up to the experts. Managing community affordability. So I think it's really important that in considering this one, we're not talking, when we talk about affordability, we're not just talking about the current ratepayers, and I suppose as me and Susan's talked about, it's for also the future ratepayers, to make sure that we're maintaining equity across generations. Which kind of leads me to my next point, applying intergenerational equity. So this concept is founded on the basis of those who pay for assets and services are the ones who are benefiting from those assets and services. Providing predictability over time. So we know that our ratepayers want predictability in terms of the rates increases that we're projecting through any long-term plan. And what this means is that we could use an average growth, we could average out growth to help kind of smooth those rates increases. The next one there is increasing debt to revenue limit. So we've talked about you quite a lot in terms of the LGFA covenant, and that is reflected in the scenarios that we'll be presenting to you today. Investing to support sustainable growth. So ensuring funding is available to support new development into the future. So making sure our growth sales are adequately provided for through this budget. Keeping momentum on community projects. So through a previous workshop, the direction that you provided to us was to maintain operational expenditure in the budget to enable us to keep those sort of big community projects alive, and so they're not lost. And then the last one there is considering new ways of delivering water and wastewater services. I'm now going to hand over to George, Yolanda.
Perfect. So one of the questions that been asked is, if we don't do a project today, what would it look like in 9 years' time? So what we've split out here is what a project in transport, waters, and anything else would cost in 9 years' time, should we choose to defer it by 9 years. So what that is based off is the inflation figures that, or the inflation indicators that we received from Infometrics as part of our significant assumptions work. Yep.
So just to clarify, have you got any questions about either of those two slides so far? At this point in time, we can take questions after each slide. Anybody?
Look,
Yeah.
just one there. So that's showing the effects of inflation over 9 years, but it's not showing the time value of money. So if we put that in, it would be a slightly different metric. Yolanda, you explained it perfectly, that's what the inflationary impact is. But there is another impact that if we have to fund it in the meantime, it goes a long way to negating the inflationary impact. In fact, I remember another one of Dave Foster's little pearls was typically inflation runs at half the interest rate. And it's not quite that bad for us because our interest rates we face are so low. But yeah. You happy with that?
Yep.
Yep.
Claire.
Yeah, it's good to understand, maybe we are creating a problem for the future if we are taking a long time to invest. But I'm not convinced entirely by this approach because in a way I think there's got to be balance for future generations. If we commit to projects that may be anticipating growth and stuff like that, by the time we get to those future years, there may not be any borrowing capacity for other projects that haven't been foreseen and things like that. Like, kind of like this argument is, let's spend as much as we can now and then we'll be sorted. Yeah. But in actual fact, we all know that as time goes on, new needs become apparent and things that we never anticipated. And I don't want to fill up our balance sheet or our debt portfolio so tightly because we're thinking we're saving money, but we're actually cutting off a lot of opportunities in the future. So I think we need to take a balanced approach.
Yolanda.
We can move on to the next slide.
Absolutely.
Yep. So this is a question that Councillor Montgomery has been asking for a while, is how did our debt limit or our debt exposure get to where it is? So what we've done here is we've taken on the very left side, we've taken where our debt projection was, net debt, at the end of our LTP 21-31 against for the same period, what it looks like under this current LTP, and then evaluated or looked at the reasons for the difference. So you'll see the orange bars, it's mainly, so the detail is in the memo that we circulated, but it's mainly driven by growth, partly because our DC revenue income did not follow the same pattern as what we had predicted in 21-31. We had unfunded growth projects in the 21-31 LTP that we needed to invest in due to developer demand. And then just overall the increase in our growth project budgets based on the increase in building costs as well as land costs. Yeah. So renewals, you'll see there's also a bar for that. This is the portion where we are short funding depreciation. When Dave Foster was here, he made a comment that I think until 1998, we didn't make any provision for depreciation funding. So it is funding the current renewal cycle where we didn't have the depreciation funded before. And then just a note that in terms of our LGFA covenant, the higher your debt exposure is, the higher your liquidity requirement is in terms of their covenant. So there's also an element, it doesn't appear here because we are doing net debt between the two. So it's the difference between your gross and the liquidity that you have to have available according to the covenant.
Can I just ask, sorry, Keep, can I jump in? Just make sure that people understand what Yolanda just said. Really conscious that the finance team have got all of this background information and are in this all the time. There are no dumb questions today, I guess, is what I'm saying. And if you don't ask them, I'll ask them. And just make sure that we understand what Yolanda's saying. So we've got what that meant.
I want to ask on that.
Yeah,
So
go Monty.
are you talking in-house liquidity? As in cash that we're sitting on as our exposure goes higher?
Well, yes, but it can be loan funded, if that makes sense. So there's the gross debt you'll see even in the balance sheet in our 4-month report, annual plan, there's cash in hand. So you have to have a certain percentage cash in hand, but you can pre-borrow that, if that makes sense.
Okay, I didn't know that. So thank you, Steph. That's news to me. Yeah.
Complex financial instruments and understand. So, I should know by now. Slow learner. I think there are some quite complex financial instruments and understanding and behind the things that we're balancing. And I just want to make sure we take the time in each of these workshops to really understand and have comfort around those, and to know that we don't have to rush through this. And while we're here, it's okay just to keep asking questions about it. I think it's really important. Thanks, Yolanda.
Claire, then Philip.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I would really like to understand in great depth the LGFA covenants around liquidity or revenue. Yeah, because I am really concerned that we are being held to account with a covenant that is not fit for purpose for growth councils that hold a lot of DC debt, you know, like I say, DC repaid debt. You know, because coming from a finance background, I'm aware that a general lender is thinking, that's the debt, I've got to make sure that regular repayments are going to be coming in to service it, because most of them, you know, are table mortgages that have monthly repayments. And so it's kind of like a default covenant to make sure that what's in the mind of the lender, that is I've got to make sure I've got that regular revenue coming in. But the DC funded debt are kind of like capital contributions as a project develops. You know, it's got no connection, or it doesn't need the same level of revenue. Yeah. And so you know, you were very helpful with answering Monty's question. And I'd just like to understand the justification for the covenant, like 2.8, if that's going to be it. Yeah, or yeah, as you said, a certain amount of cash in hand, but some of it can be borrowed, you know, like it'd be good if we could have it set out in a table or something.
So Claire, we've just popped that up on our parking lot. Yep, to capture it, to make sure that we come back to you
So,
on that.
yeah, we will come back to that. And Ken and I just had a chat that that's a great question, Claire, and that's a Steph and Ken question as opposed to a Yolanda question, because understanding the debt covenants that LGFA drive is a conversation that Ken and I have with the CE and the CFO LGFA, and we can bring back further information on that. But Ken's just saying he's having conversations with them. They are already responding to that and the changes that they're making at the behest of our Crown shareholder at the moment. So there is work on that at the moment, and we can bring you, rather than get lost in that detail today, we can certainly bring you further information about that. But great question.
Philip, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. It's big day deciphering all this sort of info. Just the previous slide, I mean, you had some costs there with inflation if we deferred things. But there must be a lot of other hidden costs that would, particularly around transport and things like that, if we did move them out further, to, you know, with maintenance and parking and congestion and things like that. So there may be a lot of other hidden costs that would make that even larger, perhaps, if it wasn't done. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but
Real quickly respond to that. In terms of this is literally dollar for dollar. It doesn't look at any of the wider economic impact, etc. It's just a literal response to an elected member question around deferral cost.
Yeah, good question, Philip. Andrew.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, look, maybe I've missed something, but can we go back to thanks. So the 596.2, I mean, it doesn't tally to any of the scenarios here. Where does that come from? The net debt forecast for.
So that is under scenario 4.
Pretty much does, Andrew. If you look, scenario 4, it's pretty much there. It's just shy of 600 mil.
I'm looking at the black line.
Yeah. And the one above it, 600. Scenario 4 is 600. Top left.
Yeah.
600, right? Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so you have to look at year 6, Councillor Brown. So it's year 6 of scenario 4.
So the black line.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's not at the end. It's the end of year 10 from the previous LTP. So it's year 6 of the current, which kind of nicely represented peak debt. Hey, can I just say how much I love this chart? Now, I nagged and nagged for this, okay? Because I just got really hung up on the 600 mil. I just couldn't understand it. How those are in the same years, right? So 4 years ago, we thought we were going to be at 178. Now we're saying 596. And I just kept asking why, how, why? And I didn't like the answers because the answers were essentially inflation. And even at 30%, I couldn't get it to add up. It's still too short. So I badgered Yolanda until she did this, and I love it, okay? This is the best graph I've seen here because it really, really, really explains what's happened over the last 4 years. And we can't do that again, right? So if this just can't happen again, because we'd be bankrupt, we'd be gone. So, you know, when you think about what you're sitting around here as a governor doing, for me, it's this stuff, okay? It's that helicopter view, looking down at the organisation and looking at the big shapes. And this is the biggest shape here, like what's happened with our debt story. So, yeah, thank you, Yolanda, for breaking it down. And yeah, I want this to become a normal part of how we do things, because some of that we directly are responsible for. You know, like other projects funded via loans. That's us sitting around here going, yeah. It's 8.7 million bucks. And, you know, when you see it chunked down, you go, oh, hell, okay. It really brings it home to you. So I love it. Thank you.
But look, thanks for that clarity. I was absolutely looking at the the graph at the wrong line. So good to know.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks team for doing that, and thank you for being dogged about it, Monty. And I also appreciate the explanation in the memo of what breaking down those particular groups relate to. It's good to have that visibility and understand how it all got there. So thank you for that as well. And now I'm going to go to Roger online, and then we'll come back to the room. Roger.
Good, thank you. I was beginning to worry because my graphic of myself on my computer seems to have frozen. Now, just am I interpreting our debt journey correctly? It looks to me that the growth projects, 44.2, decrease in DC revenue, but that's actually, that's growth related because DCs are generated by growth. And the increase in growth project budgets, the combination of those are between 250 and 260, which shows that growth is about 40% of that 596. Am I correct in that interpretation there?
Hey, Roger, this is a change, remember. So the blue
Yes.
bar and the blue bar at the end are the same forecast year. So it's a change in forecast.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But
What happened in the last 4 years?
change in that forecast, that has been influenced and generated by the growth or the characteristics, the way the characteristics of growth have changed.
And some of it's just plain inflation, like the orange and red to the right, increase in level of service project budgets and increase in growth project budgets. That's just cost inflation.
And some of it must also be the increase in time of repayment of DCs.
No, that comes through in decrease in DC revenue. Oh, Yolanda.
Which is their decrease in DC revenue, which is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so if you
I'm saying
add,
that's growth related.
so if you add the growth projects not in 21-31, the decrease in DC revenue and the increase in growth project budgets, that's 260 million. Yes.
Yep. And that 260 million is about 40% of that change.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not of the change.
No, not of the change.
No.
Half. More than half. More than half.
Can somebody clarify that for Roger, please?
Sorry?
So the change is between 596 and 177.
Yep.
So that's 420. So 260 of 420 is 62%.
62%. Yes. Yep. Yep. So that 62% is growth related or characteristics of growth.
Yes.
Thank you. Yep.
Claire and then Joe.
Yeah, and so just following on from that theme, does that indicate that we aren't managing the expenses of growth in a close enough way? Like with this story, is it a story of us being too laissez-faire or hands-off, or maybe our mechanisms for managing growth aren't actually, I suppose, effective or you know, like you could argue, well, it was out of our control, you know, we couldn't predict it and it's just a fact of life. We're going to see these kind of increases, but you could argue, well, how do we satisfy ourselves that actually it isn't because, you know, it's a failure of our management or a failure of our processes.
Tony looks like he's ready and rearing for that one.
So it's a factor of multiple things that are outside of our control. So firstly, the interest rates component is also baked into this cost. You had 2.29%, you went up to 4.57%. How is that part of our control of growth? That is a factor of we take the risk on to ensure the investment occurs, to ensure that the developer is paying their fair share at the time. As Brad mentioned, if you don't invest in that early stage and you have it go out, that compounds in the inflation, and that's where you see the increase in growth project budgets increase. If you keep deferring the growth that occurs, that figure there will subsequently increase as a result. So it's a factor of you had very high inflation through a very rapid period. That is not something that we could forecast. And even with Infometrics reporting, they did not sort of project that spike and increase in inflation over those 3-year periods. The housing increase, land value costs 46% over 3 years. That was not something that you could predict in a model. The interest rate, as mentioned, the decrease in DC revenue is basically an assumption based on our population projections and assumptions of the growth uptake over the 10-year period. It is not something you can predict. It is a factor of the market. So all three components that factor into that is us trying to recover and recuperate based on a high inflationary market that we had. So in terms of saying, yep, it's a loss in revenue, it's also just factoring in the fact that costs rapidly increased over a very short period of time, and the ability for us to try and articulate that and then recoup it back through the DC model. And that's why we've tried to show the projects in a high increase infrastructure range. If we were to decrease that, you're going to then therefore increase your DC revenue, and then that figure in the decreased revenue will go up as you go for the next LTP. And then also your factor of increased growth projects will also go up. So it's not a factor of managing growth poorly. It's just a factor that the market has substantially changed since the last LTP. Well, that's my view of it.
Look, thank you so much for that, Tony. Andrew.
So yeah, I guess you could argue that the one bar there that you know, could relate to what Claire was mentioning before is the 44.2, where growth projects not in. But I know, because I've been sitting around this table the whole time, that they are basically things that it just made really good sense to do at the time. I have no problem with that.
So the 44.2 will be in relation to C4 and T11. They're the main projects that weren't included in the last LTP remit and where we saw growth occur. So that gap in the revenue is based on that. And so T11 was budgets were then put into the LTP to factor in the growth that we'd seen and certainty in that market. C4 had already had 2 subdivisions come in with 180 lots where we tried to manage that through development agreements, but you need to bake the cost back in to ensure those repayments and the wider growth that occurs is there. So those growth projects not in as projects that should have been in to service those growth, but weren't in the last LTP and then were inputted in.
Well, you were answering my question, so I'd just like to say thank you, Tony. You've given me a really good understanding of it. And I'm presuming too that going forward that the same kind of scrutiny, or even I'm sure actually that you're saying you're adjusting some of your approaches as well, to try and make sure that costs are kept lower, you know, like we're still expecting, like for instance, land prices to stay pretty high and things like that. And I think you mentioned you were looking at developer agreements or something where the land price might be tied to the original price or something rather than the current price, like the price at the time that the developer actually acquired the land or something. I kind of recall some kind of conversation about that rather than taking it as the current market price or something.
So in terms of the land cost and council acquiring that really comes down to our strategy on acquisition and how far we want to push going for notice of requirements earlier, because the longer you push that out, the more the cost increases because your valuations only last 6 months. So That would be a more governance level in terms of how far and how strong you want to push acquisition direction, and then the sensitivity around that versus is that acquisition locked in based on a structure plan, or are you going to be battling in court? And that is the decision around the environment decision. With developers, the development agreement policy or the development contribution policy outlines an increase in development agreements if they're deferring payments, that an interest component will occur onto them. So the loss in revenue portion that you see there through development agreements make up about 27 million of our outstanding debt. So as that sort of remit goes through and you've got 50 million sitting of just standard consents, the remit of the development agreements and interest incurring, that will lower that decrease in revenue over time for that bar. And so it'll affect that. We've got no real control of the other bar, which is your standard consents coming through from the external market. So the policy is helping to decrease that portion there. The growth projects and the increase in cost, they will all be baked into the new DC rates. So you will see a massive, substantial increase in DCs to the areas where we're investing, but given the low growth, low DC revenue in those areas, and that's not uncommon with what's happening across all high growth councils. Auckland just released their latest DCs. Some of them are seeing a 50K increase as a result, and that's with government funding and grants come through because they are loan funded. So essentially, we're not up, and they don't even charge wastewater or water supply. So that's without those two components of infrastructure in there. Yeah. So they're quite significant cost increases that Auckland are seeing. Hamilton have already launched the LTP and done 126K DCs in some areas. So it's going to be in every high growth council where we're investing growth in the current economic market based on the previous work that's been done. There's going to be, the developers have to pay their fair share towards that. And the DC model factors in the projects that we've got over their return periods. So they do go through from 10 years, but some projects are increase of 10 years because they factor in for the post 2035 growth cells that won't be uplifted until that occurs. Yeah. So you'll have some projects that sit outside this LTP in our debt remit. Cambridge Wastewater Treatment Plant's a good example. You've got 30 years of debt going against that, and we refinance that every 10 or however any finance sort of look at it. But the same will occur with those debt projects that are currently baked into the DC model, where you've got sort of T14, which is a post-2035 growth cell. You've already got the projects locked in here that are under T11 because it's an adjacent growth cell, because those infrastructure benefits need to be shared amongst them. That's baked into the model as well. So we do have T14 in our model, but we don't present that through our policy because it's not a live growth cell. So the debt will sit with them plus 10 years, and that's when they start to incur the costs.
Yeah, thanks. That's been really helpful about that broader picture of DCs across like Auckland and Hamilton and that. And I just wanted to pick up on the either notice of requirements or designations, because, you know, the government at present has signalled that they want to make that easier. Yeah, so do you think that that might be a tool that might also be beneficial for us?
I think it's more, it goes back through our review of our policy of our property acquisitions. It's up for review. And I think through that remit, we need to work with, myself, Andrew Don, need to work on a more robust policy to stop that interference around subjective things going into the valuations, or the ability for subjective things to go through the valuation, where people try and outline the cost as more based on XYZ, or they try to work out a valuation brief. It's putting lines in the sand to say we won't accept valuation briefs, we won't accept XYZ. This is the cost that we're willing to share. You can do your independent valuation. If you don't like that, then we go to the next stage. It's just outlining the steps that need to be through that policy. The government's remit around changing potential acquisitions, that may help, but I would way rather just work within an internal policy that can allow that to occur.
Cool. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Listen, can I just make it clear that in this, I'm not criticising the management of growth. I'm actually saying that going forward, we've got to be much better at governing the accumulation of debt. That's what I'm getting at, because this kind of crept up on us, and now we're in a very constrained environment. We can't let anything like this creep up on us again. So not getting at management at all here. I'm tuning us up.
Andrew, then Joe, then Lou.
So I mean, the really big numbers on that graph are simply inflation related. That's the two on the right hand side. But the smaller numbers on the left, I mean, as I read it, I mean, that's us approving stuff. And I mean, it looks really minor, but it's still $22 million. So it's not that, I mean, you know, that's headroom and all the rest of it. I mean, not so important in terms of actual servicing costs and stuff. But yeah, I mean, those are the areas that we've really got to take more cognizance of, I guess.
Yeah, fair call. Joe.
Oh, Tony actually answered my question really what I was going to ask really. That was such a good answer that you gave. I guess I might be the person today that asked some of those more simple questions. And I guess I wanted just to echo what Steph said, that I think the majority of people listening to this meeting today will be like me, who perhaps haven't owned a business or don't have any background in the finance kind of area. And I guess I would just respectfully ask that, you know, you keep some of these discussions as simple as possible, because I think when the details of this meeting are perhaps circulated more widely, people will come back and listen to it. It needs to be as clear as possible. So thank you so much. But that was a great answer, Tony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Really a good reminder. Lou and
Very man that I was going to talk to walked away.
Tony, just stay there.
That's fine, Tony. Tony, firstly, thank you very much for what you said, and it does quantify for me quite a lot. One of the things I'm asking, we all know that we had a tier one. I keep referring that, but that actually impacted us quite a lot. We didn't have the decision-making processes of who developed, where they developed and why. We just had to accept it. The big problem I have here is that we probably have got not a way of trying to take this off our balance sheet. It sits on our balance sheet, okay? This is going to be paid. It's almost a separate industry to one side. If I was running a business, I would have this out to one side. Unfortunately, the government doesn't accept that. It comes into our debt cap as an operational. It's actually not operational funds. It's actually capital. So that's the first issue I'd raise. Second thing is, Tony, with the increase of DCs, has that been quantified into this, into the projection?
I believe it's been quantified into the rates increase, but because it's the total debt profile you're looking to fund.
Yeah,
so it's certainly been quantified in terms of the increases that you're seeing, in terms of what the rate increase needs to be as a realisation of how much revenue needs to come in for DCs. Just on those two separate points, the tier one council position, that's also why we've articulated our debt position as much as it is. So as a tier one entity, we need to respond to growth, and we need to fund growth in a way that articulates it. We are a tier one growth council due to our proximity to Hamilton and how that flow and effect occurs. Yeah. So how we've tried to achieve that is through our LTP, to fund that through the current mechanisms of funding that are best fit for purpose for council. If you go through other alternative fundings like IFF, there are abilities to do that, and it does take debt off your balance sheet, but at a more substantial cost. So there are other avenues to do so. And yes, it has come at a cost, but that's a response to those government mandates around funding your growth, having the capacity of growth to occur. And the DCs are, in my view, the best way to try and recover that. It's a blunt instrument that is used to hammer developers to pay both the interest component and your capital component. And that's the sort of best way you can do it.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I totally agree with what Tony you just said there, Tony. That's terrific. Because as I say, the problem for me has always been the fact that we actually are spending capital, and we have to work in an operational field. So we've got to separate those. They're quite separate. And we should actually approach the local central government on that, because I feel that that is the one thing that we're doing quite badly, and every council in the country would be facing similar issues that have got development.
Thanks, Lou. Steph, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I'll respond to Lou as well. Lou, absolutely, it's the conversation between particularly tier one growth councils and central government. And we had that twice last week, along with Minister Bishop and then with Minister Shane Jones. So it's absolutely the conversation of our time. But just coming back to Joe's point, which I think is a great one, and Joe, thanks for being here and being in the chamber. And this is a complex business, right? So, and as Mayor Susan said at the beginning, it's over $1 billion worth of assets that we are managing. And this isn't, you can't, the difficulty is to take people on a journey of understanding a very complex funding and finance environment. And you can't use household budgeting logic in a business like this, which has got very, very different funding and finance instruments and legal imperatives. But for me, this picture paints a couple of, this picture leads to a couple of stories. And one is to Monty's point, I think this is where governance needs to have its head in the next 3 to 5 years and beyond, because this is where the big levers and tools are and the big risk is. So I think that's a really important point. Thank you, Councillor Monty, for making that. But I think this also very much talks to the story that local government's got to start to think differently about how we go about achieving the community outcomes. So the big outcomes that we want to achieve, whether they're outlined through Ahuaki or our anchor institutions framework or whatever they might be, I think we've traditionally had a view that we have to lead and finance everything. And if we can't do it, then it's got to go off the books and forevermore say goodbye to it. But actually, I think this is an opportunity to work much more actively with our partner organisations, whoever they may be, and think about how we unlock these outcomes in very different ways, and that we still keep them on the table. We still work damn hard to deliver those for our communities in time, but we do it in a different way, and we don't have to be the centre of the universe. And we're not the centre of the universe, but that does mean, and you'll see in slides to come, there is some OPEX still in for some projects that we have decided to park for now that will enable us to explore with partners other ways of delivering those wonderful community outcomes that make this such a great place to live. And to Tony's point of why we need to keep managing for growth, because everyone wants to come and live here. And so that for me is one of the key learnings and lessons, not only from this, but just from the whole environment, really, in the last 5 years, really pointing to that, including different ways to fund and deliver water services for our community. So it's a complex and yet in some ways a very simple story, right? Mm.
There are no further discussions on this slide. We'll just move on. I'll hand over to Ken to talk about some credit rating considerations.
Can I just quickly check that there's no further discussion on that? I think we've had some really, really good discussion on that one. Yeah. Do we want to break before this credit rating or discussion or after? I'm in your hand.
There is a natural break.
There's a natural break immediately after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For yours, Ken.
Okay. Hey, if there's a break coming up, I'll keep this short. But yeah, but look, it still needs to be discussed and yeah, make sure everyone's comfortable. So look, like the previous 2 or 3 slides, what this is a response to to questions in regard to credit rating, and I guess that's those questions have come about in regard to seeing what's happening in the broader local government environment in terms of credit ratings. So look, what this is about is answering those questions in terms of what is the possibility of a downgrade for Waipa. What is the likelihood of that? What are the implications? And I guess the starting point there is as our, and in fact you've just seen it in that last slide, as our debt levels increase significantly, obviously it makes sense that would be noticed by a credit rating agency and could potentially have some implications in terms of that credit rating agency, in terms of how will this council be able to manage this debt? How will they be able to repay the debt? It's that's quite a natural proposition, obviously. So so the questions are good, and the questions do need to be thought about. Now, as well as this slide, obviously there was that package of pre-circulated information where I did provide some commentary that goes beyond the slide. So yeah, quite a bit of additional detail in that other slide, including and to specifically want to mention this, and I'll come back to this at the end, including like a worst case scenario in terms of what's the worst case impact here, and putting some dollars around that if our if we were to be downgraded and if we were to be having therefore to pay these additional margins that I'm talking about. Okay, look, so so there's that. Look, essentially there's some facts up on the slide. So we've had a credit rating since 2017. So look, that's what that was 7 years ago. Our credit rating has been absolutely stable the whole time we've had it. At AA minus, the credit rating agency, the deal with a credit rating is that it is comprehensively reviewed on an annual basis. So a huge amount of analysis, meetings with management, etc. And then the rating is reaffirmed, well, either reaffirmed or changed to something else. Of course, the other thing that happens here is if the credit rating agency is starting to see some issues of concern, sometimes they don't immediately change the rating. Sometimes they actually put you on a negative outlook or something. So so they won't immediately adjust the rating, but they'll just say, hey, look, things are changing here. They're keeping the options open in terms of a negative rating. So look, that is obviously quite common. Our last reaffirmation of our AA minus credit rating was just in May 2024. So it's been very, very recent. Our next one, as I say, that we're expecting, or our next routine one, would be May 2025. So so I guess this has been in place for 4 or 5 months. We were re-rated, and I think this is actually quite significant. We were re-rated by Fitch. So Fitch is our credit rating agency, the agency that we engage. We were re-rated in May 2024. Now that was relatively shortly after another credit rating agency, Standard & Poor's, S&P, they're commonly referred to. Soon after, they actually put all of their New Zealand councils, or actually I probably shouldn't say all, I think there might have been a couple of exceptions, but they put most of their New Zealand councils on a negative outlook watch. So they were concerned, actually I'm not entirely sure what they were concerned about, but they were obviously concerned about sector-wide type issues, most likely interest rates, inflation, etc. Perhaps growth-related debt, all those sorts of issues, the kinds of issues that are equally applicable to us. So they put all their councils on negative watch. Shortly after that, Fitch actually reaffirmed us. Now, look, rating agency to rating agency, the methodologies differ. And I think that my understanding is that Fitch, perhaps more cognizant in terms of a local authority in regard to the local authority's ability to rate. So they kind of almost within their methodology, quite a strong point of their methodology is almost like they almost treat us a little bit like a sovereign government, because of course the sovereign government has the ability to tax. Local authorities have the ability to rate. They kind of in their methodology, as I understand it, they kind of see those things as quite similar. So so look, they've got an underlying very key factor in their in their rating analysis, which treats us kind of just a bit of a notch or two down from a sovereign government. Okay, so look, so look in terms of likelihood, and look, we've had discussions with Bancorp about this. Bancorp, obviously, our Treasury advisor. So Bancorp are openly saying, look, there are some risks here. There is risks of of a downgrade. Perhaps the next time this is looked at, they are more sort of thinking that there's probably more risk of a negative outlook. outlook, initially before there would be a downgrade. And of course, all of this would, would obviously be subject ultimately to a determination by the rating agency after a huge amount of analysis and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. At the end of the day, we cannot control what rating the agency gives us. All we can do is, manage our debt and, have financial management practices that are as good as possible, which you'd expect anyway. And then, obviously it does come down to the analysis. So look, there is some likelihood, but look, I don't think it's screaming, and particularly more than one drop, a one notch drop. Okay, so the next one down from AA minus is an A plus. So there is there is some possibilities of an A plus rating. The possibility of a downgrade to the next one down after that, which is single A by itself, which would attract the 15 basis point additional margin. We're not seeing that, and like I say, when I'm saying we, this is this is advised by Bancorp. They're not seeing that as a very strong likelihood. Okay, so look, in terms of implications here, look, I think what we are looking at a much more likely prospect, rather than a 15 basis point, would be a 5 basis point. Okay, so that's 0.05% extra margin that we would be paying on our debt. And bearing in mind here, this is really important to understand, it is not, if the rating changes, there are no implications at all for existing debt. Okay, so it doesn't impact existing debt. What it impacts is any new debt that we take out, whether that is new, absolutely new debt, or whether it is refinancing of existing debt. It's at that point where we either take on new debt or refinance maturing debt with new debt. It's only there that it kicks in. And the other thing is it only kicks in on long-term debt, and with that definition of long-term debt being where it's got a maturity further out than 1 year, which of course a lot of our debt does have that, admittedly, but we do sometimes have debt that's shorter term, either like completely floating or for a less than 1 year term. Okay, so so look, those are the alternatives. Like I say, there is a chance that we could be downgraded. So any new debt, an extra 0.05% on top. But look, really important, second from the bottom bullet point there, we would be doing that, or we would be getting into this position for really, really, really good reason, which is, I guess, why I'm saying, this is a financial strategy consideration. Our management of debt needs to be a really key part of our financial strategy. We would be very deliberate in our approach. This may be an outcome, but look, it's I say the second to last bullet point, it's likely to be a better outcome or a better option than the alternatives, in terms of borrowing more and suffering the consequence of a rating downgrade and the extra costs. Potentially that's better than the alternative of IFF, which is costly, or potentially ramping up rates further. Very mindful that we're in an environment where we're increasing our rates quite substantially. A way to avoid a downgrade is to push those rates up higher and lessen the amount of debt. But look, I don't think either of those are palatable or better options than perhaps some additional borrowing, which basically may result in a downgrade. And then look, coming back to that absolute worst case scenario, which is the 400 million of either new or refinanced debt that I put in that background paper. Look, the absolute worst case of 15 basis points, obviously that would be 600,000 costs per annum. It's a large number. There's no denying that is a very large number. But look, I'm suggesting there that annual volatility of historic volatility of interest rates, plus or minus 2%. It's, it's within those margins, and coming back to, it's still a more, it is still a better option. And also coming back to, absolute worst case, I don't think we're going to be in that space. I think we're much more likely to be in the space of, 5 basis point penalty rather than 15 basis point. Okay, so look, really happy to take any questions, and really keen to hear whether that sort of answers those those questions that have been asked.
Thanks, Ken. So I have Joe, Roger, and then Monty.
Yeah, I'm really sorry if everyone else understands this, but I don't. So what are the rate implications if our credit rating drops? And you kind of explained it, but I just,
So sorry, the rates implications in terms of the rates that a householder will be paying? Yeah. Okay.
Generally speaking. Yeah.
Yes, okay. So look, it's probably, it will potentially have some rates implications there. But look, what it predominantly means, Joe, so, and do cover off on this on that in the paper. So look, if it's a 5 basis points, like I say, that will just, whatever interest rate we're paying, so say we're paying like 4.5%, it would add, when we take on new debt, it would add an extra 0.05% to that. So rather than
How many?
I'll come to that in a moment. So just in terms of the interest rate plus margin we're paying on that debt, instead of just being 4.5%, it would be 4.55%. It's that extra 0.05 kicking in. And coming to you, Steph, what that means is that for every $100 million of borrowing, so $100 million, it's a big number, every $100 million of borrowing that gets hit with that, it would be an extra 50 to council, would be an extra $50,000 per year, and then of course that will feed through to individual rates bills.
And how many hundreds of thousands of dollars does it take to increase the rates by 1%? Is it 950,000 roughly? About $1 million of OPEX is 1% of rates.
Yeah,
roughly for the listener, a general guide.
Yeah, so look, so perhaps if I just go to that worst case scenario, but actually pull it back a little bit from that worst case scenario down to the 0.05. So using that worked example I've got, we're looking at $200,000 per annum. So look, if all of our debt got pinged, or a really big portion of our debt got pinged with this extra 5 basis points, as a council we'd be paying $200,000 more a year. And I think we're working on a basis of about $900,000 a year, $950,000 a year. So 4 or 5 times that would be 1%. Okay, so we'd be there. So in answer to that, it would be about a point. It'd be a 1%. So it'd be about a 0.2% on a rates bill in terms of recovering that. Yeah, so I guess that's what I'm saying. I mean, the key point here is we're talking about very small marginal cost, and for that reason, this being potentially the better alternative to other alternatives.
Thanks, Joe. Good. It is a good question. No question is a dumb question. Roger and then Monty.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ken. Yeah, part of my question was going to be the quantification of a 0.05 on 100 million. But the other question is, what terms are most of our borrowing over? I know that it might be a 30-year project, but it might be that it would say refinanced every 10 years or something like that. So what's the profile of our debt in terms of that rollover timing?
Yeah, look, so Roger, it does vary. So I mean, you're quite right. In terms of we're basically having to borrow to build a wastewater treatment plant or whatever. So essentially that debt is repaid over 30 years. On the debt markets, you cannot just go out and borrow 30 years of debt. So generally our terms would be, we would generally borrow maybe between 4 to 7 year terms. And then, of course, when we hit that 4 or 7 year point, or anywhere in the middle, obviously we'd refinance that with new debt for the, for the amount we'd still have to borrow. So, so generally we'd be borrowing in, tranches of no more, no further out than 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, the other thing is obviously there's some market variables here. So right now, I mean, it's actually quite good to be borrowing short term for certain reasons. We have policy parameters that work around this, but we do take out some debt. Absolutely. Well, in a household mortgage sense, floating rate. We're just borrowing short term. It's not fixed at all. But but look, a big proportion of our debt does have to be fixed term. Our policy requires that, and a direct answer to your question, up to 7 years.
So my interpretation of that is that existing debt through rollover then becomes, as it were, or the new debt principles would apply. So the 5 basic points would apply to rollover debt.
Yes, it does, Roger. So it does apply to rollover debt. I mean, I'm not looking at the profile right now. I haven't got the profile in front of me. Yeah. But of course, the debt that extra cost of refinancing would apply to if we were downgraded, and there's a big if we were downgraded, it would take a wee while to kick in, which is why I'm saying that worked example I've given you is worst case scenario, because because some of that debt will remain without the penalty margin for maybe another year, 2, 3, 4 years, or whatever, depending on how much unexpired term is left on that debt.
But it's just understanding that risk and that profile. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
So that's a good question, Roger. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, great question. Monty.
I think this might have been my question in the first place. So thanks, Ken. You've updated us on the risk and the cost, which is really good. So just to be totally clear, you are not aware of any Fitch triggers or anything that would trigger a downgrade. They haven't got to that level of detail with you yet.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Our last conversation with Fitch were obviously in the lead up to our May reaffirmation. Yeah, so and that's actually quite normal. It's like I say, it's generally an annual process. I mean, we do have substantial discussions with them just in advance of that process, because they actually take that into account in their rating consideration.
Thanks for that explanation. Ken, any other questions for Ken around credit rating considerations? No? Fantastic. Look, I think now is a really good time to pause before we move on to the balance of the workshop for morning tea. We shall return. How much time have I got allocated in here? 18 minutes. Oh, God. Minutes. How about we come back at 25 past 11? We'll see you at 25 past 11, Roger. Well, welcome back, everybody. Welcome, Ange. I see you're online with us. We don't have a photo, but I feel confident that you are there out somewhere in internet land. And Roger, I believe you're there too. Wonderful. Thank you. Nice to see you again. So, team, could you pick up where we left off before morning tea? Thank you.
Great. Hey, thank you. So I guess that the first session this morning was focused on giving you some further context and answering some specific questions that elected members have asked. So we wanted to give you that information to help your thinking and discussion as we go forward into the next part of it. So the next part is the fun stuff. So really what the remainder of today is about is working through the budget scenarios. And so this slide up here sort of gives you an overview of the different components that we want to walk through today. So what we want to do is take you on a journey through this. So there will be at times when I ask you not to ask questions or hold those questions till the end, because this is a really complex conversation. And there will be times when you ask a question and I will ask you to just hold that until later in the presentation, because it will have more context and meaning. So not meaning to be rude at any time over the next little while, but just trying to take you on a really considered path as we walk through this. And just as well, once we get right to the end, we have obviously the models that you've been provided, but I just do want to give you a heads up. We do have a live model as well, that if we really needed to, we could have a look at that. So for the next wee bit, what we're doing is focusing on the top left-hand corner of this. So this is about the key assumptions. As Melissa said, this is a really uncertain time, and from a financial strategy perspective, we need to make some assumptions so that we can start moving forward and honing down what our budget is going to look like. So the top left-hand side, top left corner is what we're going to talk about now. So it's going to be a bit of a tag team between Ken and Yolanda talking you through those assumptions. So we want to give you make sure that you understand them and that you have a level of comfort with those assumptions that we've made, or whether we need to have a further discussion about those as we move through the budget scenarios. For this one, absolutely happy for you to ask questions at the end of each slide. So we'll just pause at the end of each of these slides for an opportunity to have a discussion as needed. All right, so the first one is around funding the balance sheet. So this has been a specific question as well in terms of getting a really good understanding of this.
Okay, look, thanks, George, and I'll lead off on this one. So look, funding the balance sheet, what's that about? It is a it is a new approach. It's an absolutely new approach, and look, you'll be well aware that that we did involve a gentleman by the name of Dave Foster for some strategic advice in regard to our financial strategy. And look, this is a term that Dave certainly uses a lot in terms of this this funding the balance sheet. Look, it is a really important important consideration. Okay, and look, I guess where he has where he was coming from on that, and where we're at is some of those things that are mentioned up on the screen, which you'll be very familiar with from previous conversations. Okay, so look, underfunding in the water and the wastewater space, those areas have been growth has been a big factor in the debt in that space, and potentially the underfunding there can only be fixed by revenue increases, needs to be addressed early. Dave's tagline that $1 of revenue foregone now means approximately $15 of debt in 10 years' time. Look, I'm sure you're quite familiar with those terms. So look, essentially though, so what funding the balance sheet is about setting rates at a level that ensure that our balance sheet over time is sound and it's sustainable. Okay, so the level of debt is right. That we have a level of headroom that enables continued investment into infrastructure. And I guess, I guess in terms of understanding this, so all of the graphs that that you're becoming very familiar with, you've got a bunch of them on your desk there. But look, the graphs that show the red line in terms of what the debt limit is, driven by the covenant, and the black line, which shows exactly what the actual debt levels are that we're proposing. Essentially what this is about is making sure that our black line is within the red line. And in fact, actually you'd want it to be nicely within the red line, so that you have got that headroom buffer in place. And in fact, we've been talking about making sure that actually making sure that we actually allow 15% headroom buffer. So in other words, we're only borrowing up to 85% of of what our covenant debt limit is.
Can I just interrupt you there?
Yeah.
Roger has his hand up. Roger.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yes, I am. Yeah, thanks, Shane. Look, I really do understand this. And my question relates to the last 3 points on that list. Can only be fixed by revenue increases, and the strategy requires this to be addressed early. Now, maybe I'm presuming and going forward a bit and looking at the scenarios that we talked about, but we had a 17.12% increase in year one. Is that as a result of addressing this early? And although $1 equates to $13 debt in 9 years' time, what is the implication of taking some of that 17 and putting it over, say, years 4 and 5?
Yeah.
That's my big concern is the interpretation of early and the impact that that's having on the future rate models that we're going to have a look at.
Roger, I think that's one of the scenario discussions for a little bit later, but Ken or George, did you want to just answer that?
If I could just go.
Oh,
Yeah, so look, I was going to say, Roger, with obviously with the greatest respect, look, I think actually George said at the start of this slide that it might be helpful if the questions are parked till the end of the slide. So Your Worship, I'd just suggest that we do that if that's okay. And then yes, Your Worship, you are quite correct. We will go into a greater level of detail on this when we get to the scenario slides relatively shortly. So look, this so Roger, this slide was all about more the general principle, understanding that. And in fact, I was going to go on, and in fact, still will go on to say that you'll sort of see the practical implications, the practical working of this when we go through the scenarios. Yolanda's going to walk you through those, and she will give you a much better, I guess, example. A real live example of these. She's very conscious of that as she works through the scenarios. So look, if we can just come back to that question. So look, but I guess what I was saying at the high level, an introduction that, obviously, a lot of what this is about is making sure that their black line is in the right place compared to the red line. I did just want to say as well that this funding the balance sheet is very significant, particularly if we were at a covenant level of 2.8. Look, that's where it most comes into play, and that's where it really does become a very strong factor. at a debt covenant level of 3.5, and of course, obviously what I'm saying here is, we are, in fact, what I have said previously is, obviously we're looking to get to that place of a 3.5 where that option is available to us. That is a lever we can pull, and a lever that staff are suggesting that councillors look to pull to both apply for and achieve that. But look, at the 3.5, it's in some years it's more significant than others. And again, we will actually share that detail. Yolanda will pick up on that as she walks us through those 3.5 examples. Okay, but look, essentially at the high level, so our approach here has been that when we project the level of rates increases that we need, and they are high in those first few years, as you have just observed, Roger. When we project the levels of those rate increases, there's two things that we need to consider. We do need to consider a balanced budget. We still need to have a balanced budget. That's actually a legislative requirement. Section is it 101 or 102 of the Local Government Act requires us to have a balanced budget. But look, more so now, with the debt levels that we've got, more so now we need to also be considering the impact on the balance sheet. And so when we use the term funding the balance sheet, that's what we're talking about. We need to ensure that our level of debt is sound, it's sustainable, we're compliant with our covenant, and not only compliant with the covenant, but we've got a little bit of buffer up our sleeve for if something goes wrong, like a natural disaster or something, or some like incredible price challenges or something in terms of some of our capital projects, etc. Some sort of blowout in a capital project that we weren't anticipating. We really need some buffer, which is why we have an underlying assumption of only borrowing to 85% of that covenant limit. Okay, so look, I hope that helps. I almost suggest that, I'm not saying you can't ask any question. Feel free to ask a question. But look, if it is more of a detailed question, it might just pay just to hold that, because like I say, Yolanda will be working you through very shortly through these 6 scenarios. She'll be actually referring to all these graphs, and she'll be referring to the rate increase that we're looking at, and she'll be referring to exactly what is driving it. So look, I'd almost sort of say, look, it might almost be best to sort of acknowledge this unless somebody's got a really fundamental high level concern with it, and then we'll certainly have plenty of time to pick it up as we work through the scenarios.
Questions, are we going to carry on? Sorry. Sorry, George?
A high level.
If it's a high level question is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, so my understanding of what you said, Ken, is that covenant is actually driving the level of revenue that you are trying to achieve. So rather than funding the balance sheet in a more general term, which we've kind of managed, I suppose, as a matter of course, because we know how much the interest rates and repayments are in that. In fact, I would suggest that's the growth debt that doesn't have those kind of repayments that's caused this issue. So I just think that covenant is actually the thing that's dictating this budget discussion, not so much the more general thing about funding the balance sheet. And I guess I've already made a statement at this meeting that I think that covenant isn't fit for purpose. And I can see that by trying to comply with it in terms of increasing revenue, is actually going to drive some really perverse outcomes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in response to that, there's quite a bit going on there. Actually, coming back to your original comment about the perverse consequences of the covenant. Actually, what I was going to say before, but look, Steve gave an explanation, and I decided not to add to that at the time. But look, that's really what this 3.5 is all about. So look, the LGFA. recognise that, the government recognise that, and they are proposing at their AGM in November, they are proposing a bespoke covenant for high growth councils. Okay, so they recognise that, the 2.8 is not going to work for everybody, that high growth councils, particularly in the current economic environment, have got a problem. And, we could, not proposing naming councils with that problem, but actually you actually already know the names of some of those councils that have got exactly the same problems as ours. But look, the LGFA recognised that, probably, 6 months, 9 months ago, and started actively engaging with central government in terms of, because central government is a 20% shareholder in the LGFA. For this to happen, they needed the blessing, and in fact they need the vote, the 20% vote of the central government to make that happen. So look, they have been advocating for the sector for a long time in terms of looking to relax their covenant. They have put a huge amount of work into moving from the 2.8 to the 3.5 in response to the issues that growth councils are facing. So so look, let me just say that up front. Your other point, or your other key point, was around hey, is this a funding the balance sheet issue, or is it a debt covenant issue? That was coming through very strong in what you just said in a few moments ago. Look, I agree to a large extent. We talk about funding the balance sheet, but look, as I've explained it, and I've even talked about the red line and the black line. Look, it is all about living within the covenant, because because that's the only way. Remember, I said our balance sheet must be sound, it must be sustainable. The only way it can be sound, or certainly the only way it can be sustainable, is if we if we live within that covenant level at whatever rate it is. Yep. Now, is it? I mean, you did just touch on this. So you did touch on, is it? It's living within that covenant is driving these high level of rates. Look, we're going to come to that soon, because you may remember just a few moments ago I said we've got two things going on here that we need to look at. We need to look at the balanced budget. I said that just a few moments ago, as well as the funding the balance sheet. It's the two of them. It depends on the scenario, and it depends on the particular circumstances of the year, which one is the more dominant in terms of driving the rates increase. And that's why I'm saying, look, let's let Yolanda step us through that as she goes through the 6 scenarios, in terms of saying, what's the dominant factor here in terms of driving the rates increase that staff are proposing. Is that all good?
You've given a good explanation, and I guess my concern is that the attempts to change the covenant level, is simply not taking into account the different characteristics of our debt profiles, like the growth debt compared to standard debt. And I am aware that, this is going to become a big issue also when we decide what to do with local water done well. And I'm aware that overseas, like for instance, water utilities aren't held to a debt to revenue ratio. It's a debt to asset ratio. Well, that's in years. So I'm worried that this work behind the scenes, obviously out of our hands and that, but it's still not actually going to deliver us the kind of covenant parameters that would actually be fit for purpose.
So look, just in response to that, Claire, look, we've got a limited number of levers available to us, and look, we've looked at this. We've looked at IFF. We thought IFF may be maybe a solution here as well, because IFF essentially pushes debt off our balance sheet and into the balance sheet of an SPV. But look, we've looked at that. That is still a credible alternative. But as in terms of where we've got to, and in fact, we will be touching on this again a little bit later. It's also a costly alternative. So that's why I'm saying we're kind of constrained by the options available to us. And look, a big theme of what we are saying today is that the 3.5 covenant, is an available tool. We think that's a really good good tool to, to grab hold of. It certainly relieves a huge amount of pressure. If we didn't go for that, if we were absolutely constrained to the 2.8, look, this is a very different conversation, because this is a conversation where we're actually having to say, look, service levels potentially need to change. We need to change a whole lot of things up. If we've got that constraint. So look, it does give us the ability. Look, our hope, and in fact, what you're seeing in the numbers that have been modelled is that you've hit the nail on the head. A big part of our debt concern that we're talking about is growth related. I mean, we've gone through the numbers. We've seen those numbers. Potentially, as the economic environment changes, that becomes less of a factor, less of an influence. And in fact, actually, our modelling is that we potentially apply for a 3.5 bespoke covenant here, but then we actually step that down over time. We do. Our hope is that in a few years' time we would not actually need a covenant level of that of that magnitude. But once we get through the temporary economic situation that we face.
All right. Thank you. I think if it's okay, we'll move on. Is that cool? So the next one that Yolanda's going to talk us through is around the modelling assumptions and the benchmarks. And I wonder too if we could just make sure that we keep our questions and discussions at this quite high level at this stage, because the implications of these will come out as Yolanda walks through the scenarios. And respectfully, Councillor St Pierre, in terms of the 3.5s and the 2.8s, I wonder if we could, in terms of the absolute mechanisms of that, just put that aside for the moment as well. We're obviously working with the information that we have, and for the purposes of this, we're working with 3.5 or 2.8, and the underlying detail is something that will be worked through and advocated for in terms of the points that are raised. So Yolanda, if you could just walk us through these, and again, if we could just get to the end of the slide before questions, that would be cool.
Thank you, George. So I think at the end of this slide, I would just need confirmation from the floor that you are comfortable with the assumptions that we've applied, because that does impact the way forward. Firstly, growth pace for growth over time. That's always been one of our principles. It still applies. We have constrained renewals in the current numbers that you're seeing, even though there is a catch up in the later years when we do have some headroom available. There is still a backlog of renewals for the 24-25 financial year, as well as the first 3 years of the 21-31 LTP. So we have an option that we could discuss later in the presentation around that. Then if we apply the 3.5 scenario, we are gradually decreasing it down to 3 by year 9 to allow for that additional headroom or safety net. For our affordability benchmark, we've used 5% of median income household when we look at all of council, and 2% for 2 waters. For scenario 3 and 6, where we've modelled the IFF in, we've used the indicative levies from the CIP as well as the annual increases, to look at affordability over time. And then the minimum headroom, what we did is we did a test. If your comfort level is you need to have headroom of at least 15% of your outstanding debt, how does the headroom that the model spits out based on the rates increases, how does that compare to your comfort level? So we've worked on 15% of outstanding debt for this purpose. So I'll take questions.
Claire.
Yeah, thanks. I've got the question about the quantum of the headroom that's been selected, but I just want to say I'm really pleased to see the affordability work. Yeah, because I was really concerned about that. And I think what you've selected, I understand it's an international benchmark. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's really great to see. Yeah, so I appreciate also that you've done the modelling so we can see what that particular headroom looks like at 85% of our borrowing cap. But is that a prudent quantum in itself? You know, like, did you do any work on perhaps like, you know, a scenario where we had something that would cause us to need to take out debt, and what the likely size of that would be, you know, or because I don't just want to take an arbitrary figure because it might be okay with our comfort levels. You know, we've got to make sure that it's actually relevant, for the type of work that we'd need to do in the borough and we might need to take on. That's all.
So the 15% we used as a check. That was a level that Dave Foster actually, when asked what is a prudent level for where we are situated, and if you look at Wellington City, their risk profile due to their location might be different, so they might choose to have a higher comfort level. We went on based on what Dave Foster had indicated, 15% of your outstanding debt.
Roger.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. I'm just going on the affordability benchmark. And look, thank you for answering all the questions that are sent through in those two memos. And the median income for Waipa derived from the data published by Infometrics for the March 2024 year, this is 121,000. Now, can you just explain to me the 5% of median income and the 2% for the waters, which is 7%? Are they saying that the affordability level is 7% of 121,000 average income? Which would, sorry, go on.
Councillor Gordon, the 5% is against all of council. So that includes general rates as well as waters and wastewater. So that's all the rates is measured against 5%. And then we split out applicable to waters and wastewater and measure that against 2%.
Right. Okay.
So the 5 is all inclusive.
Yeah, so going to that, so that 5%, they're saying the 5% of 121,000 is seen as an affordable average level.
Yes.
Which is 5% of 121 is $6,000. That correct?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're working on averages though as well, and so I think that one of the things here is that as we start to work through these scenarios further, we'll be able to actually come back to you and indicate the actual, in more granularity against indicator properties, etc., the actual size of that.
Yeah, I mean, if my interpretation of that figure is correct at 6,000, I'd set that as unaffordable for the average household. But
Roger,
okay, we'll look at that as we go forward. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Roger, this is a conundrum across the country, not only for local government, for a number of sectors. And I've spent a lot of time investigating this in a previous life and spoken with the likes of Shamabel Jacob and Ganesh Nana. And determining affordability there's no silver bullet for it. Effectively, there is no answer that gives the perfect solution in New Zealand or internationally. That's why the percentage as an indicative affordability benchmark is used. You can get more granular by applying that down to mesh blocks of the census data, but there's a whole lot of complications and implications of that as well. So it's not ideal, but it's all sort of where we are at this point in time.
Yeah. Difficult. Yep. Thanks.
Can I just ask, Yolanda, when you're going through the scenarios, it's really cool analysis. Can you stress to us which constraint is most applicable to each scenario? Because I think that's really useful.
Yes.
carry on.
Sorry, all right, so we'll move on. So Yolanda will we could just move the slide forward, Zoe, that would be cool. Can't quite get it to go. Thank you. So Yolanda will just quickly talk to these waters assumptions. Now we recognise there's obviously a huge amount of work to be done in this space, but for completeness, we wanted to be able to give some scenarios with showing how other service delivery options for waters would affect the budget. So I'll hand over to Yolanda.
Thank you. So when we did the modelling, we positioned water, so that the water activities, two waters, to be compliant to a possible debt to revenue ratio when they move out into a CCO, so that when that entity looks at their debt covenant, they are not found to be non-compliant. So that did impact the level of rates increases that you will see as we work through the scenarios. And then for our modelling, for the scenarios where we've excluded water, so that's scenario 2 and scenario 5, waters are out from year 2. So the rates increases you would then basically see as residual council reflected. And when we talk to waters, it's water supply and wastewater. So that's excluded. However, stormwater and stormwater debt revenue, all of that is sitting in residual council.
Yeah. Yeah, accept that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, so this was just as a quick segue. So this is slightly different. But what we wanted to illustrate here, we've obviously got a number of assumptions within that budget model that I showed, picture overview that I showed you earlier. So we just wanted to revisit the budget revisions that have occurred. You got these high level numbers on Monday, but this is a little bit more detail.
So on Monday, we talked about the GL funding and the changes over the period that we've been working on this LTP. So reflecting on the CapEx projects, so our capital projects over the 9 years from when we started with the 24-34 LTP to where we are now, we have a total reduction of 166.7 million across all the activities. So the graph just shows us where those have moved.
Sorry, Lou? Yes.
Thanks, Yolanda. That's quite interesting. Do we exclude the plant in Cambridge, the wastewater plant? Is that the actual initial cost of that coming into our first 2 years, or is that excluded after that?
It's the capital cost.
Yeah, well, but have the capital cost, won't we, for the initial bit, correct?
Yes, so that would be, so the work already underway, that will be either in 23-24 actual or in our forecast this year. And then the final stages of the build would then be year 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to quantify that.
Equally, we've done similar exercises on the operating projects over the 9 years, looking at where we can move projects out or either not do them. Over the 9 years, we have a reduction of 26.9 million. The roads and footpaths, both capital and operating projects, were also adjusted based on the level of funding confirmed by New Zealand Transport. Okay.
Any questions there, or? No?
Can you just give an example of what an OPEX project is? Because it's slightly confusing. If we do a CapEx project and OPEX, it sits in the middle.
Yeah.
Give us a real life example so we know what you mean.
So if you, for instance, if you build the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant, you have a CapEx cost. After that, you need to maintain it. There's operating costs associated with the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant. So it's most of the time it's after you've built it, not all, but most of the time after you've built it, you need to maintain it and look after it.
As opposed to OPEX though.
That's OPEX.
Yeah, so OPEX project though.
Yes, that then becomes an operating project.
Right.
Sorry.
I can answer that. So two of them, one's at LTP, and my budget code, one's at LTP, and the other one being Ahuaki.
Yeah, those ones are easier to understand than that seemed like pure OPEX, but those are good examples. Yeah.
Sorry, the district plan is slightly different. It is an operating project by nature. However, we loan fund it because it's got a 30-year lifespan. Yeah, 10-year lifespan. 10-year.
Sorry, I asked. But is it simply not the OPEX that we come to after a CapEx project is done, and then you know, for instance, TROI, if we went ahead with that, we've got the capital cost, but then there's the increased operating cost over before TROI. That's what that's about.
Similar, like the refuse removal, that would be an operating project.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the best.
Lou, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did have my hand up just quickly. Roads and footpaths, does that mean we're going to have a reduction in actual maintenance levels at all? Or is this just reflecting the fact that we're not getting a lot more funding from Whakakatagi? And yeah, we're a maintaining level. Yeah.
Yes, within our budget, we are maintaining the levels.
That's
yes.
fine. And the other one I just questioned was the water and wastewater, they go out after 2 years. That's correct in this particular model?
If they go out after year
Out of
one,
your operating expenditures,
you will not have those operating expenditure going forward.
we still
in
will
council. We won't,
That's
because
what I
they
mean.
won't be.
That's what I mean. So for 2 years,
Yes.
after that, we thank you. I just wanted to quantify that we take that out. Okay.
Thank you for that. So that's the top left-hand box. So got a bit to go. That's cool. So and obviously in terms of those assumptions, we can also have another discussion as we look at, you know, the outputs of those scenarios and what that means in regards to those assumptions. So we're just anchoring us back into our overall model here. The left-hand side red box there is some more assumptions that we've made more specifically at a project level to feed into this budget scenario. And what has been included in this in the baseline is very much directed by yourselves as elected members in prior workshops, etc. And you obviously on Wednesday we talked about further 3 specific ones that have fed into this. We don't want to go into these projects in any detail right now. So, but I did just want to highlight in terms of the conversation that happened on Monday with curbside refuse. So when we get to the scenarios, we have run the curbside refuse service deferred, just to show you what that might look like as we get to the end of those scenarios. Right. I'm going to move on if that's cool. All right, so hey, I just wanted to highlight, so this is where we're getting to, I guess. So you'll see in your packs that Yolanda's going to walk through are the outputs and a number of graphs which show how we're going with our revenue, debt limit, debt and capital spend, the lines on the graphs. There are down in the bottom right-hand side in terms of what the rates requirements are. And then we also have rates affordability result in the comparison to the benchmark and the summary tables as well. We have a comparison of the debt headroom size in comparison to benchmark, and you'll see in the summary tables they'll be highlighted if they're not quite meeting our assumptions or not. And also in regards to each scenario, we have compliance with the financial prudence benchmarks. So Yolanda will work through those as well. in terms of each scenario. Now, I just wanted to just sort of jump forward a little bit. And this sort of relates a little bit to the conversation that Ken was having earlier in regards to funding the balance sheet. So we don't want to go into this now, but obviously what you're seeing in regards to these scenarios that Yolanda will flesh out with you is in order to meet the assumptions and write the balance sheet in some of these scenarios and give future rates predictability over time, the output that you're seeing is those higher rates within the first 2 years. So that's what you're seeing, and you see them level out in these different scenarios that you've got over the later years, and they become a lot more predictable. So I just wanted to highlight that in terms of what you're seeing as you're going forward. The scenarios that Yolanda will work through are 6 scenarios, which are highlighted there. For completeness, recognising that there's a long journey to go yet, we do have those 2 scenarios where waters are out from year 2. So we've got 3 scenarios at 2.8 with waters in and out, and then a 3rd scenario with waters in, where there's an IFF bundle for wastewater and water treatment. Then we move on to scenarios 4, 5 and 6, which are the 3.5 with waters in or out, and again, giving you an illustration of a potential IFF bundle for, I think, 3 civic projects within there. So what we're going to seek to do, I just want to highlight before Yolanda does move forward, is we want to be really transparent so that you keep in mind as we discuss these that staff are recommending at this point scenario 4 predominantly. And then obviously we show you in a lot more detail scenario 5 as well with waters out, but again, a journey to go down. And then the fallback option around 2.8 as, low risk around the 3.5. But we do just want to have a backup position if we are required to. So there are the scenarios for transparency where staff are looking to direct you. And also, as we get to the end of these, we're going to quickly show you, before we get into discussion, the curbside deferral scenario and also what it looks like when you try to spread rates. So we just wanted to have a look at that as well. So what I'm going to ask is that you just hold questions until we get to the end of this. And Yolanda's now going to start walking us through those scenarios and highlighting the intricacies or important things that you need to know about each of them, if that's okay.
Before you launch off, can I just suggest we have a hard stop at 12:30? I have an important phone call I have to make. So if we can fit around that, that would be perfect. Thank you.
That should be done. Perfect. So if we could, on the handouts that you've received, if we could move to scenario 4, which is also the preferred scenario that we are suggesting. Right, so this scenario is at a debt covenant of 3.5. We have waters in for all 9 years, and we're not looking at an IFF under this scenario. We've talked a lot about funding the balance sheet, but with a 3.5 debt covenant, it's not as prominent. So the rates increases for year 1 and year 3, so the headline rates increases after growth, that is primarily driven by the balanced budget approach. So in other words, looking at what we need to fund the activities for that year. A big increase in that is not only the pricing, something like our rates, interest rates that are still high. Also something like electricity or gas prices has increased year on year with 16%. We also utilized reserves in 24-25 to reduce the rate requirement to the tune of almost 5 million. So in waters and wastewater, we utilized 4.2 million. So that that lowers your base quite significantly when you compare it to the next year of what you need. And in residual council, we used 600,000. So
I'm just checking whether or not you are replenishing those reserves as part of the rating formula you've used.
no,
Okay.
no.
That's
So
cool.
the intention is with any increase in rates above what balance the budget requires is to pay down external debt. In year 2, the increase of 12.6, you'll see there's a big increase in waters in year 2. That is, like I said, one of the assumptions that we used is to write the balance sheet for the 2 waters activity should they move out into a CCO, so that they are not non-compliant with a debt covenant there. It's also required to meet the debt headroom comfort level of 15%. Right, so with this level of rates increases, if you look at the quantified limits on rates increases, it's the first bar graph on the left, so second row left. This is a limit that council sets as part of their financial strategy. So for the first 3 years, we'll need to increase it. It's normally been on 65%. So that says that 65% of our revenue, a maximum of 65% of our revenue will be rates. So in the first 3 years, we'll have to up that to 75%, after which it can then drop back to 65%. That'll be part of the financial strategy. When we then look at what this means for the limit on rates increases, in the past, our rate limit has been LGCI or LGIC plus 2% as the limit. Clearly, we blow that out the water in year 1, 2, and 3. So we will be breaching our own limit that we set. And our financial strategy, we will need to reflect on the reasons why we are exceeding our own limit effectively. All the other measures set by the financial prudence measures are met. It also fits within the affordability matrix that we discussed earlier. Some years, year 2 and year 3, we are slightly outside the 15% comfort level on the headroom that we discussed. I think that is, yeah. And that's it.
Sorry, I just wanted to just check in at this point, because obviously this is a lot of information.
Yeah.
So just for further context, you've got this that you're looking at. So Yolanda's basically walking you through each of these graphs and the financial prudence and what the rates impact is down this right-hand corner. On the screen, sorry, just in regards to how these spreadsheets are set up, it was a little bit difficult to jam it all together. So when you're talking about scenario 4, just be cognizant, or whatever scenario, of what is up on the screen as well. So you've got the column there as rates requirement after growth, which will match down your right-hand corner of this sheet here. You've got your headroom, which you don't have clear visibility of on this big sheet. And where it's coloured orange, it's outside of your debt covenant level, okay? And then the next column is around if we're meeting that affordability assessment, which is the 5%. And you can see where we don't, it'll be highlighted red. So it's really important.
Can I interrupt here for a moment? Is there something that I'm not seeing? Is there some charts that you're referring to?
No. Oh, sorry, Roger, because you're in I absolutely apologise. So what councillors have got in chambers is the scenarios printed out in hard copy on their desks.
Oh.
So this is the same information that you've got in your memo in electronic form. So what I'm referring to when I hold up this piece of paper is what you've got in electronic form.
It's page 19 of the memo of the financial management.
49 and diligent is scenario 4.
We're outside the 15% that we set ourselves.
Yes,
Not
the
the,
debt,
not
the comfort.
not the debt covenant.
Sorry.
It's the debt, it's all right, the debt headroom.
Comfort
Yeah,
level.
that councillors are saying feels good for now until we
decide to land that, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
thanks,
that was
Rach.
a slip of the tongue there. Okay, so
Good pick up, Andrew.
I just wanted to just pause. I don't want to talk about the scenario and the outputs of it in any detail. I just want to, if there's any questions around how the information is presented or that you're a little bit confused, let's answer that now, but not the specific results, please.
Yeah, so I'd really appreciate just being told what the headroom dollar million is. That's the threshold. That's all. I'm not sure. I mean, it's you've coloured everything in yellow, but you haven't said what the actual line in the sand is.
Councillor St Pierre, that would change based on each of the scenarios because it's 15% of it. Oh, it would actually change annually. So for year one.
Yeah, I guess for the ones that are in orange, by
Okay.
how much is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your comfort level in year two is 76 million. We're sitting at 75, so it's just under. And year three, it's 82. We're sitting at 79.
It actually has them on page 54, Claire. It says how far short you are.
Thanks for that, Councillor St Pierre. Are there any other questions like that in terms of the information that you just need clarity of how Yolanda's talking you through this and what you need to be referencing? No, okay, all right. So we'll let Yolanda move on to scenario 5, if that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Could
5 is.
you reference the page number in the electronic document for me? Because that last 5 minutes.
50, page 50.
Thank you.
Perfect. So the next one is similar to scenario 4. The difference is we don't have waters from year 2 onwards. So it'll be residual council, which includes stormwater at this stage.
Sorry, can I just stop you there? So we're working off page, so we're working to scenario 5, page 50. Roger?
Thank you.
Sorry, Yolanda.
So again, we'll see the same high rates increase in year 1 for similar reasons as in scenario 4. It is lower in year 2 onwards because we only have residual council. We don't have to make that correction that we need to make for the CCO because they would have moved. Our headroom across all the scenarios are within the 15% comfort level. Again, for the quantified limit, so that's again the first bar graph, second row, we will need to increase the 65 to 75 for the first 3 years and then drop down to the 65. We will also reach our rates increase limit that of LGCI +2 in the first 3 years. And then there's one that I just need to look into slightly closer is year 9 under the essential services. So essential services is your capital program divided by your depreciation. So I'll just need to look into that, why exactly that happens. Just to note that when we look at the affordability measure under scenario 5 on the screen, because 2 waters are out, I measure the from year 2 to year 9 against 3%, no longer at 5%, but we stay within the 3%. That's it.
That was the key
that's
points
key
for
points,
5.
yeah.
All right, so we'll move on to 6, which Roger, we believe is page 51.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I also just add to anybody who is watching online, all of these page numbers correlate with the memorandum and presentation appearing in the agenda, which is uploaded to the website.
Then in scenario 6, you'll see that the rates increases in the top right, bottom right, are different to what you've seen in scenario 4 and 5. The reason for that is even if we build these civic amenities with an IFF, that funds the capital cost, but then there's an ongoing operational cost. So that increases the rates requirement. That's why it's slightly higher. Because the structure of our entity with residual council and Two Waters remains similar, and then we add the IFF, the rates increases are similar to what you would see in scenario 4, slightly higher, as I explained. We are within because the debt doesn't come onto our books, we are within the debt level, so the comfort level of your debt headroom. There are some definite affordability concerns if you add the levy on top of the rates requirement. Again, we'll have to update or increase our quantified limits on rates to 75% for the first 3 years and drop down to 65 after that. And again, my color is wrong in year 3, but we breach our rates limit increase in year 1 to 3, and then it drops down and become compliant.
I wonder, Miss Susan, if that's a place to pause.
I think so,
everyone
yeah.
can digest that over lunch.
Yeah, yeah, no, thank you for that. I think you're quite right. Let's take a pause now. My schedule here has 45 minutes for lunch break. So let's reconvene at 1:15, just before 1:15. Thanks very much, team. There's a lot to soak in. Thank you.
See you later. It's really
Right, well, welcome back. Apologies for being a bit slow off the mark to reconvene, but here we are back again to continue to discuss financial strategy issues in connection with our LTP. And I shall hand it back to Yolanda to pick up where you left off before lunch.
Thank you. So the next set of scenarios we are going to look at is against the 2.8 debt covenant that we currently have. And yeah, I think from there we can conclude there's no pretty picture on a 2.8 debt covenant. So scenario 1 is based on our current debt covenant, 2.8 times revenue, water's in for 9 years and no implication of IFF. So if you have a look at your handout.
Page 46 for you, Roger.
Thank you.
The rates increases that we're looking at is quite significantly higher than under scenario 4, 5, and 6, primarily in the 2 water space. So when we look at the information that comes out of the budget system and you split residual council and 2 waters, you can see that the non-compliance with the debt covenant is driven by the situation in 2 waters. So the correction needs to be made in 2 waters, and that then flows on to the headline rates increase. The middle line graph at the top, the debt does drop quite drastically into negatives. That is because you are taking that revenue at the start to correct the compliance. You get that compounding effect of the revenue over time that pays off the debt. So based on this, if you look at the quantified limit on rates increases, that's the bar graph middle left, we will have to set that at 75% across the 9 years. In terms of our rates limit increase, we also breach the first 3 years, after which, because we are aiming for predictability in the later years, we do comply with that limit that we set. I think it is important at this stage to say that if officers are recommending scenario 4 under the 3.5, this would be our fallback position should that not materialize. So I think we can, from an affordability point of view, on the screen you can see from year 3 onwards, we exceed that. And for the first 3 years, even at these rates increases, we are below the headroom comfort level of 15% that you set. Right, so then if we move on to scenario 2, which is basically the same picture, but waters is out from year 2 onwards, you'll see that the first year the rate increase is similar to in scenario 1. After that, we drop down to what residual council would require to comply with the debt covenant without waters. If we look at the quantified limit on rates increases, this means that we would need to increase that limit to 75% in year 1. And then from year 2 onwards, we can drop down to the 65 that we've always had it on. The limit on rates increases, again, breaching the first 3 years. And again, that niggly year 9 under essential services that I'll need to have a look at. But I think that's all I would like to highlight here. Then scenario 3 is again our debt covenant of 2.8. Waters is in for the 9 years. But we've modeled in an IFF for water and wastewater project. So this would be refinancing the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant through an IFF, Alpha Street water treatment plant, and the Tiamutu wastewater treatment plant in later years. So you'll see at the start of all of council, if you look at the line graphs, a drop in our debt, because that debt will be carried on the IFF's, on the SPV's special purpose vehicles balance sheet, rather than hours. You will notice that the first year, the rates increases bottom right is similar to scenario 1 and 2. That's because they've CIP's indicated that we won't have an IFF in place by the start of year 1. So we'll have to have that rates increase. After that, you can see the rates increases a lot different than scenario 1 and 2. Again, the quantified limit, we'll have to set it at 75 for the first 3 years. After that, 65% for year 4 to 9. In terms of affordability, with the IFF levy, additional to the rates increases that this modelling shows, we will not meet the affordability criteria after from year 4 onwards. Yes, and that is it on this scenario that I'd like to highlight.
That was the question about the quantum of the IFF financing, like how much was it that you were, I can't remember, how many millions was that going to be?
1 second. Moving a total of about 190 off the balance sheet.
Okay, good. Million, yeah, thanks.
Sorry, I was just taking notes. Andrew.
Yeah, so, and for that 190 million, all water connected ratepayers would be levied from that IFF.
Yes, so it depends on, so that would be detailed modelling by the CIP, should we go down that route, where they look at
and
where the beneficiaries are
Yeah.
lying and who would then pick up the levy.
Yeah, and none of that levy is in the
It's not in this
the
chart.
rates in this chart.
No, it's not in the chart. But it's brought into, for the affordability assessment, we've added it on top of the rates to get a feel for what our rate payers would be looking at.
Awesome, thanks.
All right, so I know we all want to have a discussion, but can we just hold fire? We've got about 3 more things to show you, and then we'll open up the floor. So I just wanted to, if we could just swap presentations, Zoe. We just have got another couple of scenarios we just want to show you so that you've got those in your head for discussion. More, sorry. It will be helpful, trust me. All right, so this is the first one. So I apologise for the size of this. Now, Roger, this is not pre-circulated or in any pack. This is only on screen for everybody now. So this is what it would look like in terms of spreading the rates. So I'll get Yolanda just to quickly talk through this.
So what we did was we looked at if we take the rates requirement that we need under scenario 4. So all of these are based on scenario 4.
Yep.
And we spread the rates impact across the 9 years. What would that need to look like? So at this point, you can see from on the right side, that big yellow block, that means in none of those years, we will meet your debt headroom comfort level. We breach the debt covenant at the start, and that's on a 3.5. We won't get to a point on our rates increases over any of the years in the 9 years that we can say our rates are in line with inflation plus growth. It's always going to be higher. And should our Two Waters entity move out into a CCO, that CCO will not be compliant with a debt covenant ratio of 5 times their revenue. So that's essentially the picture if you spread the rates.
All right, I'll just let you digest that one. We're going to just move on to,
Sorry, just so we can understand that. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, could you just highlight again for me I think you identified 3 areas that we would have to be concerned about if we went for this model.
Okay, so firstly, if you look at the all of council top graph, Councillor Gordon, we are not compliant with our debt to revenue ratio covenant with the LGFA.
Yep.
On 3.5. On the same line on your right, you're not within the debt headroom comfort level that you have set, so 15% of our debt value. And your rates after growth over the 9 years are consistently higher than inflation plus growth.
Okay, but the only area where we may have a detrimental impact on our borrowing would be that first year.
No, it looks like year 4, 5 only. Your red line is comfortably above your black line.
So the only time we'd be in risk is year
1 to 4.
4. Okay.
I do wonder, are you able just to, Yolanda, for this quickly before we move on to the next one, in terms of the against comfort level, just in terms of what the difference is? I know Councillor St Pierre asked that earlier in terms of how much we're actually out by. Are we able just to, that might be useful?
No.
No,
No,
okay.
not easily.
We'll have to come back to you on that one.
But year 4 must be outside. 20 million headroom can't be compliant. I know you haven't
So-
oranged it, but
Oh, yeah, it's possible that I just didn't orange
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Could I ask another question?
Okay, Roger. You're turned off, Roger.
I believe I turned myself off just then. Just looking at that, the first middle grid at the top, you've got the rates 8.66, 8.67, 8.67. Would, if we slightly increase those first 3 years to say 9.9, what impact would that have on that debt to revenue ratio? The all of council.
Councillor
graph?
Gordon, I can't model it just like that at this stage. I think the other thing I just need to mention is those rate requirements, the 8.66, 8.67, that's below what we required to balance the budget. So essentially, to make this work, we will need to start borrowing to fund operations,
Can't be there.
which is a principle we've never done that. So we only borrow for capital works. So I think to sum this up, in my opinion, this is not a sustainable LTP.
It doesn't make those principles generation equity and.
Okay.
All right. What I'm going to do now is just move on to the last scenario before I wrap up and open up for discussion. Zoe, can I just get you to flick through until we get to something called curbside refuse service deferred? Keep going. All right. So this one is, we just wanted to quickly show you this one because obviously this was a key discussion point on Monday. So this is curbside refuse service deferred to year 4. So Yolanda, could you just point the key things about this one out?
So essentially what moved is a capital layout in year 1 moved to year 4. and then the operating cost starts in year 4 going forward. So in year 1, there's no difference between the current scenario 4. Sorry, it's a small difference between scenario 4 and what you see on the screen. And that's because there's a small amount in operational costs in year 1 relating to this service. The big difference comes in year 2, where the contractor cost is it's significantly higher than between year 1 and year 2. So that's where you'll see the difference then. And then moving forward, just to note that in the later years, it's marginal, but your 2.2 moves to a 2.4 and a 3 in years 6 and 7. You are within the debt headroom comfort level, except for year 2 and 3, but it's close to your comfort level. Yes, so I think that's what.
And Yolanda said we've got a balanced budget right the way through with this one.
Yes,
yeah. So look, this is potentially a real solution. Certainly in terms of assisting years 2 and years 3, if you are prepared to obviously delay the introduction of a potential new service level.
All right. Thanks. So I've just got one more slide. If we could move back to the other presentation, Zoe, please. And then we'll open it up for discussion. All right. So I just wanted to reiterate in terms of the recommendation. So as I've said previously, that staff do recommend taking forward in particular scenario 4, and it may be that there's a nuance around that in terms of things that we've discussed. But for completeness, 5 in regard to the waters excluded option. So that scenario largely meets the assumptions. There are lower rates impact over the first 2 years. There are higher levels of debt comfort level. Do noting the financial strategy would need to be further discussed in regards to some of those financial benchmarks. And the other thing I did just want to raise, obviously, this is a 3.5 scenario. So we are dealing with some level of uncertainty around the timing of when that would formally come online. Okay. Now, I did just want to, before I open it up, that what comes out of these scenarios is obviously those elements that we've talked about in terms of affordability and rates increase, etc., which we open it up for discussion. The other component that comes out of this is a debt comfort headroom bit. So there's a discussion to be had in terms of whichever direction you choose to go in around the approach for that. So I'd like, and there are a number of levers that we could pull, right? Renewals or, reintroduction, a number of levers. So I'd just like to park that conversation until after we've had this general conversation about scenarios and then canvass what that could look like, if that's okay. Otherwise, things get a bit murky. So just open it up now for discussion.
Who's going to kick us off? Andrew, you look like you're being very knowledgeable there.
There's a first time for everything, I guess. So to me, I guess this is just a result of all groundwork that's been put in terms of strategic direction and direction to staff to go through the budgets line by line and all of that stuff. It's been very well explained to us this morning, and everything's been put in front of us. And to me, I'm assuming that the 3.5 is very likely to happen. I wouldn't worry too much about scenario 5. I mean, if and when that happens, it'll just fall out, and without being much of a problem. So, you know, going forward with scenario 4 seems logical. Yeah, I know no one's happy with 17% rate rise.
Crikey, no.
But
Yeah,
that's, you know, we're in a not a happy place when it comes to that situation.
yeah, thanks, Andrew. Dumb question. I major in them. So I agree with Andrew in that I think it's pretty likely we're going to get your 3.5. Hope you didn't jinx us on that one. Can we take through? I'm having Would there be a suggestion or a possibility of taking through scenario 4 plus the scenario 4 less the curbside? I mean, it seems to me I don't really want staff to. I suppose it depends on how many scenarios you want to take through. 2 max? Yeah. Are we going to back ourselves and feel confident we're going to get that 3.5? And if so, which of those? I guess, I mean, I like the look of this, the curbside. I mean, there's obviously benefits to be had in terms of that deferral. But those look kind of attractive to me at this point. That's sort of where I would be going. Lou and then Roger.
You just quickly, I just wanted to clarify something. You're saying if we go for scenario 4, that's the waters for 9 years you're not considering the fact that we might actually go and delete the waters at a later, which is scenario 5, and which I would personally feel that we try to progress that as much as we could because of the obvious situations and remedies that it has. So I would say that we progress 5, but we accept that 4's also an option.
Through you, Susan, my reasoning is simply that we will progress local waters done well, no matter which scenario we go through. And if that happens, that we form our own waters entity or a larger one or whatever, you know, it'll just happen, and we're not going to be in a worse situation. So I don't see a lot of, point in staff putting time and effort into scenario 5.
Totally agree with that. That for me, the waters are in until they're out, and they'll be out when a better solution comes along. But it seems to me ridiculously risky to plan on them being out anytime, like in year 2. So I'd definitely proceed on the basis they're in until we come up with a better plan. Doesn't mean we don't keep working on a better plan, but they're in this LTV. For me, it just seems really sensible.
Well, I said that most of the modelling is done on year 1 only, and I honestly feel that this will take 2 years at least to progress, knowing what happens in the world. So, these things don't happen overnight.
And there is one slight smoothing that potentially can happen if we do that, because remember Yolanda said that she was setting up so that waters could be migrated in year 2 compliant. And so just a question to you, Yolanda, how much does it change if we smooth it a little bit longer so we don't load the waters compliance right into year 1? How much change does that make?
So it could potentially make a change. However, you'll also need to drop your headroom comfort level from 15% down to 10% to make it work.
I could live with that, and with what we're facing, yeah.
For how, there are risks, but for how long?
And just on the headroom, just on that headroom thing as well, I noticed that Wellington, they actually take out insurance as well. And I don't know if we could actually look at taking out insurance just to cover the shortfall in our debt headroom, I mean, it might be a mechanism that would be cost effective.
We could potentially, I mean, Ken can answer the question around, but our insurance cost, Councillor St. Pierre, has year on year increased quite dramatically. That has a knock-on effect on rates.
So this would just be covering the risk of needing to take out some extra lending just for that 1 or 2 years. And I would imagine it wouldn't be that expensive, but I'm just saying, I noticed that Wellington had done it, that's all.
Yeah, so look, look, Wellington's probably not a good example, but look, in terms of the in terms of the insurance perspective, so look, in terms of in terms of most of our assets, leaving aside roading, so certainly in terms of our water and wastewater infrastructure, etc., stormwater infrastructure, we insure for that up to pretty much the level of 40%, because there is an arrangement with central government that in the event of a natural disaster, they will step in with the 60%, right? So look, we are really we're fully insured really in that water wastewater space. Obviously things like operational buildings under our material damage policy, etc., we are fully insured. The place the asset that is not insured is roading infrastructure, and that's pretty much universal across across New Zealand. Now, I guess our exposure in that space is, we pretty much we've got a co-sharing, arrangement with the government anyway, in that space as well, obviously in terms of NZTA subsidy. But look, the cost in that space would be prohibitive. That's why no council insures roading. It's just not insured. And when I say roading, it's so those transport assets. So even things like footpaths, pedestrian footpaths, etc., like that. Those aren't insured. So so look, there's really nothing we could do in that space. Mm-hmm.
Roger's had his hand up for a while, but I don't want to move off this headroom.
One of my points was actually to ask whether we could have, rather than a consistent level of headroom across the whole of the LTP, whether we could have a lesser for the first 3 years and then move up to what normal would be.
Elasticity up, yeah. I think, that's sort of something that Monty's also brought up. There's a bit of elasticity, if you like. So anybody want to speak to that in any great detail? Monty.
Oh, look, I'm quite into this idea. I mean, it's all about risk, right? So, the 15% headroom is sort of a risk mitigant. If you want to moderate costs to ratepayers, the organisation can run its debt headroom a little lower, take on a little bit more risk. Ultimately, we're doing this on behalf of ratepayers, but I'd be quite happy with that, especially if it was pretty short term, couple of 3 years, and that we had to live with it. Be straight up with people that that's what we're doing. It's ultimately their risk. We're managing on their behalf.
Yolanda, then Liz.
I just want to make it clear, when I put the modelling together, I start with balanced budget, then I check against the compliance with our debt covenant, our balance sheet, and then I check your comfort level. So the comfort level is not a driver for the rates increases. If that makes sense, it's a test to show where are we.
Thanks, Yolanda.
Liz. Look, I'm okay with with that suggestion if it's short term. I'd start to get pretty uncomfortable if it was, probably 3 years or more. I guess, Susan, how comfortable are you fronting a double-digit rates increase? Because, sitting at wherever we land, 15, 16, 17, it's not going to be seen as affordable. So I don't want to get to March, April, and everyone around this table said, oh, well, we didn't realise it was actually going to be that high still. And then we start getting drastic. So I want to understand, are you comfortable with where this is at now and fronting it? Or do we need to start looking at what we have to do? Like, what else have we got other than curbside to take out?
Nobody wants double digits. It's pretty clear, right? But we also have to be honest about the actual cost that the current ratepayers have to bear, which we're all one of those, right? And making sure that long term we're addressing some of the bigger problems. I'm interested in finding out whether there's whether there are ways that it can be softened ever so slightly, but I'm not saying sub 10, or because I think that's really I mean, we've proven that it's not even going to produce a balanced budget. That's concerning. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not just the mayor. We've all got to feel comfortable. I'm only one vote around this table, and I think we've all got to feel a level of comfort in a way that makes us jointly accountable for that decision, because we've all had a hand in getting to here, and so we've all got to have a hand in fronting the decision to chart a course out of here.
So that's a yes or a no? Because ultimately, you know, it is going to be, you're right, it's a team call, but ultimately you'll be fronting it. And if it's a no, or if it's just too high, I think staff need to know now.
I will, if that's the collective decision of the group. Because I think that's the point of a council, right? We make a decision collectively. And as the mayor, that is my role to front that collective decision. So that, yes.
Yeah.
I don't make the decision. I take part in that decision making, and I will front that. Yeah.
So I guess the second part of that was, okay, apart from the curbside, what else have we got in our, you know, what else is there? And I know that there's not much, and I don't want to, you know, try and suggest things around this table. That's really for staff to come back and go, well, actually, this is, you know, here are some other options. And I know that that's a deep dig, Steph, a real deep dig. So anyway, I'll just leave it at that for now, but I just felt like this conversation had to be had today.
Look, I've got a really
Can
closely.
I come in, please?
Wait a minute, Roger. We've got, Monty just wants to dovetail in on that, and Jo wanted to say something, so you can be after her. Sorry about that.
So look, really closely related question. We haven't actually asked staff yet why it's going to cost 17% more to run the organisation next year than this year. And I think we need to ask that, and we need a relatively clean, but clear but high level answer. What are the drivers behind that? Okay. I know you've said you've gone through OPEX, but explain to me why 17% more next year than this year.
So are we going to get an answer from that now, or staff will come back on that? And in which case I'll go to Jo and then to you, Roger.
Is this an okay time to ask a question about the levels of service included? It kind of backs onto what Liz was saying about what else could be softened or taken out. So definitely the refuse service, but also I'm a little bit confused why the sports field lease model is in there, because certainly from a community board perspective, we heard really strongly from the sports clubs in Cambridge, Hotapu, Cambridge Football Club, they are very happy with the status quo. And that's a decent chunk of money that I think, if it's not broken, you know, maybe there could be some smaller grants to some of those clubs that maybe aren't doing so well, but certainly it feels a little bit the same as the refuge service. Things are ticking along quite nicely as they are. Maybe that could be something that's just a consideration from us. I was surprised to see it in there, to be honest.
No, I think it's as if resolving. You let Monty speak in front of everyone.
Could I just call order, please? Okay. Staff will come back to us on that one.
No, we've got a response to that, but.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to have a response to you actually, because I dealt with this and I dealt with the Cambridge clubs as well. So I went over there. I'm actually patron for one of the big clubs here. The big problem I have with this is that they're also going to employ a staff member that is going to turn around and set leases for all this. This is a whole infrastructure that we're putting in place that we don't need. It's just something surplus to requirement at the moment. We have got good operating volunteers operating everything at the moment. You know that yourself. So that in this, I do think it does need addressing. Yeah. You're talking of nearly 6 million or 5 or 6 million over a period of years. And plus a staff member with all the infrastructure involved.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Roger, before I go to you, can I just get Steph wants to add something just quickly?
It's a generic response, and please take it with the authentic intention that it's made with. So, because you hear this all the time, but these LTP timeframes are really tight. So Georgie, as the project manager, has just sort of said, if we take this away and have to do another piece of serious work, we are going to start to drift in our LTP timeframes, and that's going to have some potentially serious effects for us. We're not saying that to obfuscate or to run away from hard decisions, but the team have been very clear all the way along that we're working to this time frame and we've got to stick to it. What I understand, and for Jo and Ange, is that those agreements in the baseline column are there because they are the result of many long council discussions and conversations. Well, that's so
Let Steph finish, please.
if there's not agreement about that, then that puts staff in a difficult position as well, because they've built this model on those assumptions that these have been agreed over time. So the staff haven't invented what's on that scenario baseline document. It is based on what our understanding is of where councillors have agreed. That may not necessarily be a unanimous agreement. I'm not saying that, but where we've agreed. Our preference was to leave today with some general understanding of which scenarios you want us to progress. And that includes, for example, as Mayor Susan's requested, scenario 4 with the curbside reduction, the curbside service delayed. And the other thing that I know you'll be looking to too is what does that percentage number look like in real terms? Because to model actually per property and some indicator properties, we actually need some pretty good indications of which scenarios we're working with. Yes. And I think my view is that to get to a real sense of what is this actually going to cost in terms of year 1 and year 2, year 3, and in dollar terms, they need the direction today to be able to do that. So I asked Yolanda before, when are we actually going to be able to get that dollar term? And that is still a couple of weeks away, based even on some good decisions or some sound decision making or direction today, I shouldn't say, decision making. Also, the team have just said, if you want to make some serious cuts, because we don't have an idea of what acceptable looks like, and picking a number, as we know, is very arbitrary, because this is all built based on the principles and the financial sustainability of the organisation, all of the things that we've worked through today. It's a build-up scenario rather than find a number and try and plug into a number, that we will start to get into some serious cost cutting because of the work the organisation's already done to cut costs. That will mean loss of jobs and substantial cuts in service. So that is about cutting libraries, cutting any new levels of service, cutting mowing, whatever that might look like, reduction in service to sports fields, etc. Now, my understanding, and I apologise because I'm late to the game, but I understand that last year when you started to build the LTP, you had a 3 or 4 hour conversation about levels of service, and that led to a decision around the table not to reduce levels of service. And the staff have worked on that basis. And as I said to you, I think last week in a workshop, to go through scenarios of where you would get the cuts to the extent that you want them in those levels of service is quite substantive pieces of work. Not undoable, I'm not saying it's undoable, but that is substantive work. And again, if you direct us to do that, we'll do it. But we just want to flag that we are up against, to meet the timeframes required to get through the first part of next year and to meet the legal requirements of the LTP process, we're doing it tough as we are. We're sailing close to the wind now, and we'll sail very close to the wind if we have to delay for a couple of weeks or a month while a serious piece of work is undertaken. So I just want to be really upfront. As I say, it's not obfuscation and an excuse. It's just about where we think the understanding of our team is at and what are the options in real terms in front of us. So looking for your guidance today, and I think Ken wants to add.
Ken.
Yes. Yep, no, it's good. Hey, so look, I support what the chief executive has said there, but I do just want to give some other broader context to this discussion as well. And look, well, actually, the mayor just not too long ago in this meeting, said nobody wants to see the rates increases of the magnitude that we're talking about. Again, I agree with that. Everyone in this room agrees on that. There's no doubt about that. But look, I guess the context I just wanted to bring is that this, this sort of rates increase profile should not be a surprise. It really should not be a surprise. So around this time last year, October, November last year, we were obviously working to a 2024-34 LTP, and we brought to you a profile that actually doesn't look too dissimilar from this one. We were talking double-digit rates increases for the first 3 or 4 years of that draft LTP. Yeah, now you know what happened. We obviously got to I think January, February. Please forgive me if I got well, certainly around there. I can't give you an exact date. I mean, obviously we changed tack and we went to an enhanced annual plan. So that so that LTP that we were drafting up and that we shared the numbers with you, which had those high rates increases for the first 3 or 4 years, the double digits rates increases. One lot of that turned up in the enhanced annual plan, didn't it, in terms of a 14.8% increase. And then you're looking at the other 3 years here, where maybe a couple of years in double digits, and then dropping away after that. So look, it shouldn't be a surprise. It's been well socialised for the last year. Many times in this chamber, I have said, this is we haven't got any choice here. There's double digit rates increases in the first 3 or 4 years, or else we've got to severely cut back service levels. And look, the other thing is a number of councils obviously did actually adopt LTPs in June of this year. And again, I've said many times in the chamber, have a look at those. Have a look at those. And they are showing double-digit rates increases for 3 or 4 years, because the stuff that we are dealing with and the stuff that is creating these double-digit rates increases are right across the sector. It's the inflation, it's the interest rates, it's slowdown in growth in some cases for those growth councils. It's exactly the same deal right across. So look, my point is this should not be a surprise. We don't want to be here, but it shouldn't be a surprise. It has been really well socialised.
Roger, and then Claire.
Thanks. Just to make a point against what Ken's just said there, to my mind, it doesn't matter what every other authority is doing in New Zealand. If everybody else stuck their head in an oven, I wouldn't. I certainly don't accept the 17.12% rates level. And you may say, Steph, going back that to your knowledge, there were discussions about levels of service held well over a year ago, but circumstances have changed. And I think we need to reflect that circumstances have changed, and perhaps that discussion could be different today if it were held today in the light of the 17.12% first year's rates increase. I do think about things that we can maybe look to reduce those costs within that first year or 2 years. And there's a couple of areas. One is I know that it has been done by other authorities on occasions, and that is to defer depreciation in part on certain assets for a couple of years. Now, maybe that is, and I know that we've got a policy on depreciation, but that is, if we did defer depreciation, that reduction in depreciation would certainly have an impact of perhaps reducing some rates by some level. The second one is, and it is to do with the major discretionary projects, and you say that we have made a decision to perhaps progress some of those in future years, but I don't think there was any discussion on the level of operational funding that's been included. And Te Arawai, for instance, there's 500,000 plus included over the first 2 years, and there's 300k on the Cambridge Library. Those are costs and I mean, I thought we had made the decision to actually not progress those capital projects.
Ken.
Yeah. Look. Sorry. I was just picking up, Roger, on your opening comment just then. And look. I was. Oh, sorry.
He's not there.
Oh, he's signed off. Okay.
What we might want to
Yeah.
do then is offer to model the, so to do, what the team have offered to do is model scenario 4 with a reduced debt headroom facility and deferral of the curbside pickup. And they can do that now. We've got a clever team and they can model it right now and we'll have a look at what that pops out and see. So that's what they're offering to do.
So another change on that is water's adjustment in year 2. So with this picture, then we're keeping waters in-house. If it moves to a separate entity, it will not be, under the current definitions, will not be compliant with a debt to revenue ratio.
Yeah, could I just be clear on that? So it was the year 1 where you got the 27% increase. So if you were adjusting it, that would reduce that one, and maybe year 2 to year 3?
No, so year 1 will not adjust.
okay.
Year 2 will.
So we'll pop that up now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the point with that is it means if the waters did go to a CCO, they'd have to correct the pricing problem. So it doesn't go away, it's just when it gets dealt with.
But I think
But it
with,
smooths it a little.
yeah, and I think that there's some flexibility with the new water regulator to allow some time, to get compliant,
Oh, no, I've got it. Thank you. Sorry, Zoe. Thank you. All right, I'll see if I can see if I can get that a bit bigger for you. Can people read that? Okay, Yolanda?
So you'll see, you'll see, like I said, year 1, you don't really see the difference. It's in year 2 where you see the difference, firstly, because the waters is not 20% increase. It's balanced budget increase, and the curbside's also out or deferred, apologies. So the later years from 4 to 9, I'll just need to check that the balanced budget's still fine. But if our discussions around the first 3 years, this is potentially what it could look like. The blue blocks is just to note that for those 2 years, your comfort level's then at 10%. Year 1, year 4 to 9 is back at 15%. So it's short term, you live within the 10% comfort level.
And just because I've just had it clarified now, the sports field thing wasn't really hitting until year 4 or 5. So it's not going to make the, or even later. Okay. So it's not going to make a impact on that big fat number that we all don't like at the moment, the 16.7, whatever that is.
I quite like this modified scenario 4, particularly because it fixes the balance sheet, and we've got to not lose sight of that. I really, really want to fix the balance sheet. We can't live with this tiny buffer. We just can't live like that. So, yeah, we've got a balanced budget, but it does that. So don't lose sight of the fact that it's giving us back a acceptable headroom. I wouldn't want it a whole lot less, to be honest. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, Lou.
Yeah, I totally concur. I've got to go back. I actually work in an area with the RSA with older business people with fixed and declining incomes, and they would look at a double figure, particularly 17 or 20%, very, very adversely. I can tell you that now. There are a lot of people out there that are only marginally surviving now. So we've got to accept that. So that's why I'm quite firm about saying we don't want to set that rate at those exceptionally high levels, even if it's only 1 year. It can make the tipping point for some of those people out there in rental accommodation living on a benefit. It's not easy out there.
Ken, are you able to tell us how many people have accessed our rates relief and rates remission offering in general terms?
Yeah.
And has it increased over the years?
Yeah, no, look, it hasn't. It's been pretty static between the years, or certainly in terms of the rates remission scheme. Yeah, I think it might be about a thousand or 1,000 to 1,200 people a year. But look, the point is, it's remained very static. Across a number of years, there's not a lot of more people coming on board. The other picture of that whole area in terms of are people able to pay their rates is actually you saw a finance and corporate report yesterday that showed the level of collection of rates year to date this year through to the end of September is absolutely aligned with what it was in terms of percentage collection of the previous year. So I think that tells the story that people are still paying their rates. So I'm not saying that people aren't struggling to pay their rates. All I'm saying is that our revenue collection stats are still very similar. In fact, in the waters space, the waters rates, actually we've got a higher collection level of this year to date currently than what we had 12 months ago. So we are maintaining our revenue collection.
Thanks for that. Claire, and have we got Roger back online at all, Zoe? Okay, cool. Claire.
Yeah, so I'm pretty comfortable with what's being suggested with that smoothing of the waters thing, but I would like to come back to the point that Monty made about understanding really thoroughly, solidly, what's driving that 17% increase in OPEX requirement. What I'm concerned about is there's been more revenue put in there or being asked to be raised to make sure that we are complying with our covenant more than we would have otherwise, because I know that a lot of the debt that's sitting there is growth debt, and we haven't ever rated for it to be able to be paid back sort of in installments. We're waiting for capital repayments and that. And also there are still substantial water rating increases in there, and I'm conscious that we've got some big water users. So it'd be good to understand how that's going to impact them as well, and whether that looks like it'll be acceptable too. Yeah.
I just want to make it, so we will come back with the reason for the increase. Just want to note that the 17% is 17% because we've utilized reserves in 24-25. So that does skew it. It's not everything went up with 17%. There's that you need to catch up first.
Yeah, and sorry, Susan. So further to that, I was just going to jump in on that. Just before, yeah, you've jumped in just before me. So that was to the tune of, and you mentioned the figure earlier in the meeting, $4.8 million. So look, that would be approximately 5%. So for 5% of that 17% could be explained by the fact that we used reserves to subsidise rates last year. So this is the implication. And look, there's some other fairly big ticket items. But I think it's better that we come back in total rather than just making it up now.
And Ken, can I just acknowledge the point you made that this shouldn't be a surprise? That's a fair call. You have been saying this, and in the long-term plan that we abandoned, these were the kind of numbers. I've got to be honest, we've probably kind of forgotten, but they were there before we abandoned it and went to an enhanced annual plan. And I guess we probably sort of moved into that sort of way of thinking that we were, moving to fund a balance sheet. So it's come as a little bit of an unpleasant surprise that no, this is just a balanced budget requirement. But yeah, it's a fair call you made. So yeah, I acknowledge that.
And actually, Susan, just with your concurrence, and now that Roger is back, look, Roger, I just want to make it really clear that we're not following the suit of other councils. We're not sticking our heads on the same oven as you expressed. But look, my point was simply, and I stand by my point, the same factors. We're subject to the same factors that other councils have had, and I talked in detail about inflation, interest rates, even increased service levels imposed on us in terms of things like stormwater and wastewater. All of local government's been subject to the same things.
Thanks, Ken. And yeah, good acknowledgement there, Monty. Liz.
I just want to be clear that, I just want to make sure I fully understand everyone's views around the table at this point, because there's a number who haven't spoken. And it's just that if we agree that we are heading down this road, this is what you're going to agree to. Okay, we're not going to in March go, oh my God, this is, it's way too high. This is the road that we're on, and we all need to be on the same page here. So if you're out of your comfort zone, if you think it's wrong, this isn't right, this is the time, okay? Otherwise staff just don't know where they're at. I mean, I'm still really uncomfortable, I've got to be honest. And I'm still keen to look at what else is there. But I'll only, I want to understand what everybody else is thinking.
Yeah. For my part, I just want to sort of take us back to page 10, just remind ourselves of what our emerging principles were around how we were approaching that. And for me, it's sort of all there in terms of sort of being brave, not kicking cans down roads, thinking about intergenerational equity, predictability of rates over time, good stewardship of our assets as we currently own them, and keeping momentum on community projects. For me, that's sort of where it's at. We had that North Star discussion, and we were all in agreement that there were some bigger picture strategic thinkings about our district and its totality in a longitudinal sense, that what we weren't about to abandon just because of financial constraint, but rather be considerate and sensitive to that. And I feel that this proposition that's been put up behind me adheres to that. And to your point, Liz, nobody's happy with double digits. Don't get me wrong. It's not the stuff that we're used to. But as we have all said, that the U word, we're in unprecedented times. So look, I'm comfortable with the proposition behind me, and mindful of the timeframes that Steph has indicated we have around us in terms of progressing. Yeah, so I've said my piece. And now, Roger, you've got your hand up. You're back online with us.
I don't know when I lost connection. Can you tell me what I said? Or
we heard Roger, we heard everything you said, and it was when Ken started talking that we lost you. So Ken has now responded to, so we heard what you said, but it was Ken's reply that we lost you on.
The deferred depreciation and on the major discretionary projects?
We heard that.
Yeah. Well, you can tell me the answer later. But just to go on to Monty's point about understanding what the costs are for this 17.12% year, and that this level has been set to cover those costs over last year. Just from that information that you sent me, this current year, we're looking at a total cost of 118 million, going up to the first year of this LTP of 127 million. Now, that's only a $9 million increase. But if we use Ken's figure of 950,000 per 1% of rates increase, that means that 17.12% rates increases is generating an additional approximately $17 million worth of rates income. So there's a difference between that $17 million and the differential of 9 million between those 2 years. So yeah, there's something that needs explaining there. Where is that additional 9 million going to?
George.
Yeah, so Councillor Gordon and all councillors, we've popped up on our parking lot a commitment to come back to you and explain that 17% to you in detail. We just want to make sure that we've got all the right numbers rather than responding directly to you now. We want to come back with a full comprehensive story. So we're committed to doing that.
The other thing, and I know this may not be popular, and I know that we are trying to set an extremely good work culture in WDC, but we have within our budget this year committed to introduce health insurance for staff at a cost of $750,000, which I'm just questioning. And I can see the logic, and we all agreed to it. But again, I wonder whether that $750,000 per year can be deferred for a couple of years, because there are a lot of people out there that don't have jobs and they can't afford 17.12% increase in rates. So I just think that should be considered, whether we can defer that health insurance.
Kia ora, Roger. Obviously, again, it's came in but before my time, but to my knowledge, that has been contracted. The whole process has been rolled out with staff, and I suspect we would find ourselves in legal hot water if we were to try and reverse that. I think we're probably further down the track than perhaps what it looked like in the email or the written word to you just about the email of a day or two ago. But it's legally contracted. The insurance people have actually been in the organisation with staff, and it's already commenced. So I think the ship has sailed, Roger. I do take your point about, I think we all are super conscious of affordability and the pressures that our communities, that many of our residents are under, and what they can and can't afford. And it's that tension, as you said, of being a good employer and being able to attract and retain good people to work in our organisation. And sometimes it's a little bit of an opportunity cost. If we can help people get through tough times in their lives, it means we don't have to have staff turnover that perhaps we would have as well. So I've seen it in action in terms of the value to the organisation. But I hear your point, and I think the ship has sailed.
The last point I'd like to make, which is one which I did raise, and I know that you've come back to me, but that's in the new roles that have been approved within the process within council and have yet not been recruited. And I'm wondering if those particular positions could be deferred, or the recruitment for those positions could be deferred for, again, a couple of years, because, again, that would make a difference on the operating budget for this year, this coming year.
Thanks, Roger. I think as part of that review of the 17% increase in OPEX between years, we can also have another conversation about those roles that haven't yet been recruited and have a discussion about those as an exec team in terms of being able to implement the strategy for you. But we can certainly have a look at those and review those. And I think we would confirm, I think we've got, George, 20 or 21 roles that we've been holding vacancies on just to keep costs in check as well. So that sort of comes to 30 plus roles or something that I think we would certainly look at checking and making sure that we weren't incurring costs that we don't absolutely need to. So I undertake to do that and check those roles out again, Roger, as part of, in addition to that review of the 17% increase.
Good, thank you.
Hello.
I'm absolutely, George, very, very impressed with what you've actually got up there. I can accept it to a degree. The one thing that I'd like to raise with everybody is that, unfortunately, we've advertised a 15 or 14.8%. That figure floated out of here somehow. It's been in the media, it's been around, it's been out, it's been in the papers, and we are now looking at 17%. We will have to do a significant job for the public to explain to them how all this happened.
Yeah. And look, sorry, can I just jump in there? So look, the 14.8%, Lou, actually not only was that figure bandied around, it's actually been applied. It's in this year's rates bills. So look, we're talking about different years here. Just need to make sure you're aware of that. The 14.8 is the current 24-25 year. When we're talking about 17.21% or whatever the numbers jump to, sorry, 16.7 now. When we're talking about that, we're talking about 25-26 years. So we're talking about 2 different years.
Correct, but what I was trying to say is that we had to justify the fact of that increase again on top with the Three Waters and all the rest. So that's what I was trying to expand, that we need to do a PR job because this is absolutely critical now. I'm happy with what we're doing to the degree that we're doing it, but I am not happy if we don't communicate well.
Yeah. Oh, so look, so through the mayor, where I mean, you're talking about a situation where we've got high rates increases over multiple years. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Monty.
I really liked Deputy Mayor Liz's idea of going around the room at this point.
I was about to.
Oh, sorry. I think it'd be really useful because I want to know what the team's thinking.
Yeah, no, I was just about to. So shall I start on this side? Bruce, share your thoughts with us.
I'm happy with what scenario 4 plus curbside and what's been said. I think some of us rural councillors have got some pretty big ratepayers, and I shouldn't say I look forward to it, but I look forward to some interaction with them because up till now they haven't. So let's see if they can trigger up some discussion. So I'm quite happy to defend that at the moment.
Thanks, Bruce. Liz.
No, I've said enough.
So I'm taking it you have a comfort level with that, Liz?
Look, we're going to be going out for public consultation on our draft document with our LTP. So, all I want to do now is know that we're all on the same team and we'll go out to our public and let's hear from them when the time comes.
So you got a comfort with that. Is that cool?
No.
I'm trying to.
4 plus curbside.
I've got a comfort with it where we are at now. To progress it, yes.
Defer the curbside. And that's our predominant model to scenario to model.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Marcus.
But yeah.
Yeah, ditto to Liz.
Oh, that.
Well, it's true. It's a hard thing to swallow. Yes, we do. We can try and look for options, but.
Andrew.
Yeah, look, it's a big increase, but it's also the reality of where we are, and we just have to front up to that. I'm really pleased that I don't know whoever, but came up with the international affordability thing. That doesn't help when you're struggling to pay your rates or rent. I get that, but you can't have the amenity and services you want unless you pay for them. So, yeah.
Claire.
Yeah. I really appreciate all the work that's been put into this. It's been very helpful, to have all of these tools actually. But yeah, so I'm not feeling that great with what looks like a 16.7% increase in year one. It's the year one that I'm struggling with. I'm still not convinced that that figure is higher because we're actually having to show that we are servicing DC debt. I feel that we're probably, I suppose, compensating for that in that increase, and then in later years, when the DCs are collected, will be seen to be overrating. Yeah, so I don't want to be in that situation, and that's why I'm pleased that that work is going to be done. And I'm happy with deferring the curbside collection. But to make matters even worse, I'm not happy with the Homes Garage thing being completely out. Okay, I think it's important to do something in Te Awamutu, and I think that's what it should be done, because at the moment the LTP as it stands, anything that's happening is over in Cambridge, and I don't think that's good. And so even though it's another $500,000, I think it should be in there.
I think community boards should be out. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask, because we would like it on record. I mean, is your view, having said what you've said, Claire, your view is to progress that as the scenario to model further for the team?
Yeah, but not happy with it. I'm hoping that it could be reduced even more. Yeah, but I agree with not doing full level of service reviews.
Okay.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
I was just going to suggest that the community board chairs stay out of this
Yeah.
because they want to be clean to criticise us as much as they like.
Yeah. I was gonna.
Don't nail your bloody flag to our mast right here.
Yeah, no, I was going to cut straight to Roger on the screen.
Right, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm not happy with a 16.73% increase. I still feel there's capacity within the operating budgets to trim that even further. I would be looking for, and I know that you've put on board 8%, 8% and 8%. I'd go out to 10%, 10%, 10% is what I'm looking for, because I really am concerned about affordability. I'm accepting of the version that we're talking about, but do really want to see before it goes out that staff have had the opportunity to go further through that and to see if any further trimming can be achieved, because I'll not be happy with the 16.75%.
Thanks for sharing your views with us, Roger. Monty.
Sorry, I keep butting in. Yeah, look, I am happy with version 4.1 or whatever we're going to call it going forward. To me, this is partly about fixing the balance sheet. We're correcting a reasonably long-term issue of underfunding. Pretty much, it's pretty obvious that when you're just spending depreciation on renewals, which is what we've been doing, kind of, you are slowly going backwards. You have to do a bit more than that to actually maintain a balance sheet. So when we had the opening discussion about what funding the balance sheet means, I mean, at its very least, it means that you're collecting depreciation and spending it on renewals. But I think that's your very least, and that's kind of what we've done. That doesn't cater for real life, how things roll. So if you are going to fund your balance sheet, you generally have to do a little bit more than that. I was really uncomfortable with where our debt headroom position has been and is currently. We need to resolve that, or else we're subjecting the organisation to undue risk. Some of your suggestions, Roger, I can't live with. We've shown that smoothing out to something like a 10-10-10 doesn't work. It doesn't meet the balance sheet requirements for me. I would be very opposed to any idea to defer depreciation, which I take it to mean not collecting depreciation. That's how you get in these situations in the first place. This is a correction. I wouldn't support that. So look, in summary, yeah, the 4.1 or 4, I shouldn't keep calling it 4.1, works for me. If there's little bits and pieces that can get shaved off it, great, but it can't get a million miles different to this, I don't think, and I think we just have to wear it. We have to front it, and my request for really clear explanation isn't sort of criticising it, it's just so that everyone understands where these numbers have come from. That's me, thank you.
Thanks, Monty. Just quickly, I don't mean to jump right over you, Bill, and acknowledge that you're here and thank you very much for being with us today. But I think you might treat you the same way as the chairs of the community board and keep your hands clean in this, enable you such that you can make a submission rather than voicing something around this table, if that's okay with you. And then, and Dale Marie, can I have your thoughts, please? Oh. Okay, oh, sorry. Change my ruling. Look at that. You've got a cheerleading crew here, Bill. The floor is yours. Given as you have voting rights around SPNP, and this technically is an SPNP environment, we can hear from you.
Oh, right, okay.
But now you can't criticise us later.
Is that what you were planning to do? You know, like, been a lot of talk this morning about covenants, and I've got some covenants, and some of those are on the board. I agree with the people that are saying, you know, let's look closely at the 16 point something or 17%, and get some more detail in and around that. I totally agree with that, and that'd be a covenant I would want to put in there, because we're talking about those words a lot. I do have some concerns about, and I haven't been part of some of the decisions that have been made, but there is some decisions in terms of asset sales. And I listened to the conversation this morning that said that the prices in terms of houses and developments and that aren't going to be coming right until about 2029. And I'm aware of some of the approved asset sales that have been made, and wondering whether we're selling them now at the wrong time to be selling these things. And if we are making asset sales, some of the people in the places, our constituents in the places where these sales are occurring, don't appear to be getting anything apart from anything in terms of perhaps a reduction in their rates, which the whole of the district is getting. So yeah, I'm going to say that.
Kapai, thank you, Bill. Dale Marie, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with any rates rise for particularly the communities that I represent voice to, only because we all know that they pay rates on land that was stolen from them. But the affordability thing is the most biggest thing for me, because my communities feature in the ways that Lou and Roger and those that have brought to the table today. I am so concerned for those that don't work anymore, that are retired, and this will ultimately lead to more gentrification for some of the communities that I represent. So yeah, I will never be comfortable with rates rises, but I am a realist too, and I do understand that we're at a situation, and damn, did I have to come to council at this time of how things are, and end up in the hot pan with everybody else. And I think, you know, for those of us that are around this tepu, we're inheriting a whole lot of stuff that hasn't been done. But lastly, I cannot express enough aroha to our kaimahi right now. And the immense amount of work that you guys are trying to do to balance everything, balance the emotions of your elected members that are always having a go about something. So ka nui te mihi kia koutou, Yolanda, Georgie, Melissa, Zoe over there with the bloody technical problems that are driving us nuts today. Lisa, who's got to front our communities with our comms plans. Koutou Ma, Sally, Dawn, Kirsty, all of yous. We appreciate all of yous. Our community boards, and especially our kanohi here, that will be dealing with some stuff too. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, Dale Marie. Thank you so much. Yeah, I highlight and echo your gratitude shown to staff there. Absolutely. Lou.
I virtually said everything I want to say, except for one thing. Just George and Yolanda, when you do this, I'd like to see what actually is unfunded from central government. The costs that have come through to us over the last year or so that has been just added on. And we get a lot of this information. We've got a lot of submissions and things that we have to do and comply with. And it's just to say to the general public what we are inheriting as a council rather than what we're imposing. We didn't create this, it just came from the left field. I think that's important.
Thanks, Lou. So we've just popped it up there to consider. Not too sure about that one, but we'll have a think about.
Hey, thanks, George. To your point, Lou, President Sam Broughton asked councils recently to pull sort of together a loose hot list of handy tips that could be easily implemented and reduce costs drastically. And largely getting rid of red tape and things that didn't align properly. So our exec went away and pulled together. I wasn't expecting quite the the album or encyclopedic response that I got, but it was fairly comprehensive, which I have since sent on to Sam, but I'll undertake to circulate it to you also. You can see that actually there's a lot of,
Yeah.
can I use the crap word?
Yeah.
There's a lot of crap in the system that we have no control over, that we have to implement, that costs, and at the end of the day, we have to pass that cost on. Yeah. Okay, so I'll circulate that to you.
Can I
And
add
it's
to that,
pretty
there, Susan?
impressive, yeah.
Because I thought we've just, since then, Wayne and I come up with another one, that government departments should pay development contributions on
All
government
day
land.
long,
So
all
we
day.
forgot to put that one on the list. So I'll just make sure we add that one to the list.
Okay, right. So my sense is, reading the room, notwithstanding a lot of people are feeling slightly sweaty-handed and little uneasy because we're not used to being here and don't want to be here, and are all too acutely aware of the cost of living challenges that a lot of people in our communities face, that at the end of the day, this is it's gone now, it was behind me before, what the scenario 4 type 2, with the removal of the curbside in the first few years, deferring it down, and the elasticity brought in around that headroom is one of the preferred options. and then am I right in assuming you wanted to take through 2, and would the other one be just scenario 5, I guess is what I'm trying to understand here. George, do you need 2?
We don't need to. I just,
I don't see any point in doing.
yeah, to be honest, I think we just need to have an internal conversation just in regards to our fallback position, in regards to the 3.5 covenant. So I think that that's the direction we'll probably go down as staff, but we'll have an internal discussion around that.
Excellent stuff. That makes a whole lot of sense. So next.
So there is a little bit more. Can I just have 1 minute to seek some guidance before I kick this next bit off, please?
Talk about, yeah, let's take a
Yeah,
5-minute break. That was pretty meaty and pithy. So let's adjourn for 5 minutes and we'll return at 2:45. Well, welcome back, everybody. I think we'll reconvene. We're at the tail end of today's discussions. Just a few more smaller matters here for George to talk through with us. So I will hand over to you.
Could we just pop that back up, please? All right, so thank you very much for this afternoon's discussion. There's just one more piece that we want to have a discussion with you about. And that's, I mentioned quite early on in the process, is that there will be debt headroom over and above your comfort level. So there is an opportunity from year 5 to potentially consider how that additional headroom could be utilised. And there are some options that we've got up there for consideration. I would just like to draw your attention to the prioritisation pyramid to help guide this discussion in terms of what you've agreed previously are your priorities. I want to be really transparent with you again in terms of where the staff recommendation is sitting in regard to this. So really, the staff recommendation is about increasing the renewals in the later years. That's very much aligned to the prioritisation principles in the top right. So while some renewals have been already brought back in to the baseline scenario, there is an opportunity to bring even further backlog back in to the budget. Our recommendation at this point is not to be bringing back significant projects, but to allow those conversations to continue and revisit in the context of the 2027 LTP. So that's where staff are recommending, and we're wanting to open it up for discussion in terms of getting some guidance from elected members. I don't know, Yolanda, if you've got anything to add in terms of those renewals and the size at this point?
I think if we reflect back on the presentation, I might misquote him. When Neil did the renewals workshop with you in June, he said that even if we catch up on the renewals within our 9 years, there's still about, I think he said 12 million backlog. So our aim would be noting that we'd have to inflation adjust it to the year that we would consider putting them back, but that would be our recommendation, to catch up on that backlog.
Thanks for that clarity, Yolanda. Claire, then Andrew.
Yeah, so I would like to see those renewals, I suppose, given more attention in the later years. However, if we do move to a separate water entity, there might even be more scope, you know, because the capacity to borrow to fund that might also, you know, be increased, I think. So I don't want you to do a whole lot of work on it because it's a moving feast, you know, we could actually have a completely different scenario. I wanted to check on the funds and grants. So when you're saying capacity or opportunity in the later years, so what years are you talking about before we might see those community grants restored to the levels before last year's annual plan?
Depending on whichever option you went with here, we're looking at the moment from year 5 onwards.
And then lastly, yes, I would support further discretionary projects considered for re-inclusion. But then I do agree with the principles that as long as the principles that we're working towards, I can be complied with. So I've already mentioned the Homes Garage and I guess, there's a lot of them, the Tarongia Cycleway and if possible, Te Arawai, but yeah.
Andrew.
Hi, yeah, I totally agree with your recommendation. The renewals, in my view, aren't really optional. At some point, if we don't get on top of them, things will turn to custard. So yeah, you know, and for the rest of it, certainly keep the projects alive, the ones that we want to do, but we can't spend a lot of money at this point in time.
Monty.
Just seek clarification on where reduction of debt sits in what you're talking about. So in the later years of the LTP, we've got a whole lot of headroom, but you know, your graph shows debt coming down, 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 down. Talk me through that.
So I think what that is remember we said we'll drop from 3.5 down to 3. So we could start dropping down quicker so that we kind of build in our own debt limit rather than the LGFAs. So it's not necessarily reducing the debt, but the comfort level towards our debt limit.
So you're talking about utilisation of additional headroom.
Yeah, so
You mean borrowing again to utilise the headroom? Because there's different. Are we talking cash generated or? Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
So if you have debt headroom of, let's say, 162 million in year 4, but you are measuring that against the 3.4 debt headroom, if you drop it, your headroom becomes less. So not necessarily borrowing less or repaying debt, because you can't repay debt with debt. It's just reducing. So rather than taking from year 1, 3.5 down to 3 in year 9, we could hit the 3 in year 5 or 6.
Right. Do we have to decide now?
No.
Sorry, no, we're seeking some guidance in terms of when we come back with this scenario, what further information we might need to come back with. So we just wanted to get a steer today. If you did, for example, want us to put renewals back in, then we would come back to you with that.
But for me, renewals being the first sort of cab off the rank, great. But also, my observation of LTPs is that this is always the sort of debt profile. Never happens in real life. And if we're genuine about going to a 9-year plan rather than 9 one-year plans, you know, we should really make it happen. So it'd be good to do that. Not spend it just because we got it. That's what gets us here.
Yeah, no, good call, Monty. Roger, I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you. Yep. I certainly would be in favour of increasing renewals in later years. I think similar to the rest of my colleagues around the table there, I think that's important. Unfortunately, I was offline when I heard the response to the further discretionary projects, and I didn't hear whether increased CapEx was included beyond year 3 for any of those discretionary projects. I'm thinking not at this stage. Is that correct?
There's a lot of shaking heads here, Roger. So you're correct in your assumption.
Correct. I therefore really question the level of OPEX funding towards keeping those alive. I think 500,000 is a bit too much to just keep a flame underneath the Bunsen to keep them a little bit alive. I've got a fear that we're going to be spending a lot of money on employing consultants to consider potential partnerships, and at the end of the day, the overall cost would be too great for us to go ahead. So I'd prefer to see a reduction in the short-term funding of keeping those alive. I think they're nice to haves, but at this stage, not on my list.
Thanks, Roger. You started getting a bit glitchy at the edge there. I'm not sure whether it's us or you again. I kind of echo the sentiments around the table around focusing on renewals. If we find ourselves in that position, that as I say sits, as you've said, sits and aligns with our principles and criteria we set really early on in the piece. So that makes abundant sense to me. Any other discussion around this slide that George has in front of us? She needs to steer on. Lou?
Thank you. I actually concur with everyone. I think it's a normal procedure, business procedure, to replace end of life. Objects like renewals are a static and an important infrastructural part that we control with. So we've got to carry on doing that because it just stops the high levels of maintenance of something that's deteriorating or reached its end of life. So that's important. I do think that also discretionary funds need to be looked at. I think the communities actually look forward to the funding that we place in the community. And it hasn't been decided yet. And it actually is a good way of us being able to innovate or, let's say, start up a lot of organisations or things that are out there and operate them. At the moment, we're all operating on much reduced funds for the next 5 years. But I do think there's a very valid case to raise for discretionary funding through the community. And I think that needs to be viewed as well.
Thanks, Lou. Joe.
Sorry, it's just a question, and I'm sorry if it's one of those questions, but the renewals fund, is it targeted? So is there renewals money for playgrounds, for toilets, for? Yeah. So there's separate things. Okay. But is there money set aside for just playgrounds and then money set aside for just toilet? Is it separated like that, or is it one big fund?
No, it's separated.
It's separated. Okay.
For significant activity. Yeah.
Well, I think you've been given a fairly clear steer there in terms of those levers. Yeah, we're comfortable with that. Excellent. So that brings us to your last slide, I believe. Next steps.
So the next touch point with you will be on the 29th of October, and we'll be covering off all of our financing policies that are listed up there. And then with respect to the, I guess the next steps out of this conversation, we'll be presenting the preferred budget model back to you on the 5th of November. And we'll include in that sample of, or the material provided, sample indicator properties. So that's when we start to see how these rates increases or the scenario starts to play out on different property types. Rural versus residential, commercial, so on and so forth.
So we can check on the bond foil.
Yes, thank you, is that all, Melissa? No, thank you very much for that. Hey, I just want to tautoko my colleagues' vote of thanks to staff for all your incredible mahi. It's pretty evident that this is not easy and it's certainly not simple. And very dynamic, changing almost within the hour at times. And I know that being local government, we don't have oodles of resources and extra lots of staff lying around just waiting to do that little piece of work that is needed at the drop of a hat. So look, I just want to acknowledge that you're all working hours that are quite phenomenal right now, and 3 weekends, and that's evident in terms of your response and turnaround of questions that were put, which quite reasonably, of course, by elected members in these truncated timeframes. So I just wanted to acknowledge your huge work and dedication. And I also wanted to thank elected members. This is really hard for us. Super, super, super hard for us. And I want to again, acknowledge that the staff are throwing some really sophisticated, voluminous, really huge pieces of work at us in short timeframes, which we in turn have to try and turn around. As most of us are not financial experts, it is quite a challenge. So I just want to acknowledge the dedication that EMs are showing too now, and the challenges that we're going to face in our own communities as this stuff rolls out. But I'm also heartened by the fact that we've stuck to our principles we set really early on in this, and I think it's really important to be guided by your principles and your values and the strategy that has been set for decades around the way that this district should look into the future. So look, I just want to thank you all, and with that, can I invite you, Dale Marie, to close for us?
Kia ora tātou. Don't have to say anything more past what the Mayor has said. So, unuhia ki te uru tapanui, kia wātea, kia mama, tēnā kau, te tinana, te wairua koiara, ka whakairia ki runga, kia tīna, haumie, huie, tai